Testing, testing. 1, 2, testing.
Testing, testing.
Syphilis testing.
What?
Oh, I'm muted, that's why. Yeah.
Hello and welcome to the Yacht Club, your weekly bar citizen. Here we talk about the latest topics, the best things happening in the community. We go over people like Tyler Witkin on the show, ladies and gentlemen. Pretty cool to have him on. We're going to talk about the hottest topics. We're going to answer questions from chat. We're going to put Tyler on the spot and have a great time with that. So we're going to try and do this without spilling our drinks. So let's see how we can do. So Tyler Witkin, aka Zyloh, is known for being the director of community at CIG, for popping into streams to save people from overturned vehicles, and for being a grade A hugging machine at CitizenCon.
Absolutely.
Sounds good. I didn't know you were going to
like intro me like that. That's wonderful.
Well, I haven't had that pleasure myself, but I've heard stories, very long, elaborate stories that say you are the legendary hugger.
It's easy to give good hugs when you're squishy. That's all I'm gonna say.
Tim, you've been at 2 Citizen Cons and you didn't get to hug.
I know,
Zyloh?
right?
No, not yet. Yeah.
Oh my God!
I
Missed
didn't
out.
actually get a chance to meet Zyloh at the Austin one in 2018, but
That's
last
right.
year
You weren't volunteering. That's right.
yeah, but last year I got to meet Zyloh and Jeremiah Lee at the bar on the first
Holy
night after
shit,
volunteering. It was
John
great.
Wolf!
John hasn't been here in a while.
Whoa,
He just gifted
Thank you, John.
20 tier 1 subs.
jeez, man.
John Wolf, you were
Wow.
amazing. Thanks, man.
Crazy. Nice to see you again, John.
Yeah, good to see you, man.
John Wolf is a great community supporter. He's one of the big supporter of Rex's streams. Lots of different community people. He's also another double legatus. I think he's another double
He's
legatus.
been gone a lot, so it's good to see him
Thanks
alive.
for the sub, Mystic Star. 13 months in a row. Woo.
Oh, thanks, Mystic.
Thanks, Mystic.
Mystic's
That's all
been
the
here
months.
since day one.
Mystic's one of our
Yep.
great members of the show. She submits some of the best pictures in the community.
Screenshot queen.
Pictures.
Yeah, she's our official photographer for events.
So, the agenda for the show, guys, we are going to do an interview with Zyloh, but we're going to go before that through the regular show and go through the weekly news. What we want you to do is to submit questions for Zyloh so we can answer them towards the end of the show and we can put them on the spot. If you have any questions for us or for our special guest, we're going to answer at the end of the show. Preface your questions either in Twitch or via the link that is going to be shared by one of our mods, T Nightster or Vengeance, which will take you through to a form. Preface those questions with the word question. Please try and keep your questions direct and concise. Avoid abusing the opportunity to ask a
Captain
question.
Richard and
Oh, wow.
crew, welcome.
Hey.
Welcome,
This
everybody.
is where it starts to get out of hand. So hide your drinks behind the bar
Hey,
right now. Welcome, Captain Richard and everybody else.
Thanks for coming. We're having a great time. So rules for the questions real quick. Let's dive into that. Questions later for Zyloh. Keep your questions direct and concise. Avoid abusing the opportunity to ask a question into an opportunity to make a statement, as well as try not to ask when something's going to be worked on or completed. We're going to avoid those questions. Also, please keep in mind that Zyloh is the director of community for CIG, so asking questions about the community is more in his wheelhouse and is likely to get a better response. Lastly, we reserve the right to reword questions for the sake of brevity, and we'll be filtering questions based upon popularity, context, and propriety. Okay? So for the next 2 to 3 hours, sit back, relax, put your feet up, and join us for a drink, some Star Citizen news,
3-4.
an action-packed interview, and some nerdy chat. Yeah, maybe 3-4. We'll see how it goes. Also, tell us about your drink in chat. If you have a tasty beverage of your own choice, let us know what it
Horton's
is,
here.
and that's really interesting.
Horton.
We'll talk about it.
Welcome,
Hey,
Horton
good to see
Invaders.
So, I'm trying to keep the show going because we want to make sure we get the interview as
Yeah.
quickly as we can. So, Shadowkin, you want to tell us about what you're drinking, who you're wearing, and how your week has been?
Who I'm wearing. It's always good. No, when we were saying the pessimist optimist thing, I thought that was pretty funny. Cat, pessimist, optimist. I don't care about your glass. I went and got something very special for tonight. It's the beautiful Macallan Rare, which is fantastic. It's got a better bottle, and you can see it's already half empty. Thanks, Pixel. Beautiful, but it's wonderful. Highly suggested. That was the one you were talking about, Doc. So
That doesn't look like the box, though. That box looks small.
it's just this bottle
Like,
is actually bigger than a normal box. But anyway,
I
there's the
can't
normal
explain
bottle.
how the box looked like it contained 6 bottles.
oh, then that's
So I
the
don't know
M.
what it was.
That's the M. And
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, no. So yeah, just a busy week. Awesome. Enjoying a nice scotch and looking forward to an awesome show. So how about you, Jordan? What are you drinking? What are you wearing? And my God, how's your week?
Well, I'm still sequestered up here in North Florida for going on my 6th week. Actually, I had a very interesting day yesterday. It was actually the first time that I've left the yard and been back in my car in 6 weeks. My wife came over and said, like, there's an animal being attacked in the yard.
Oh,
by a
this.
cat. So I run out into the yard and run off the cat, and it's a hawk. It's a full sized hawk laying there, and he was in shock. So I got some leather gloves and lifted him into a box, and I called all around, and was trying to find a pet place. Of course, everything is closed. All the bird rehab centers and everything was closed. So I called the zoo, and took him over to the zoo, and so they took him in over there, and hopefully I'm going to hear that. And he didn't seem like no real visible injuries. And when he started moving around, he was moving his wings, but like, man, I was like 2 feet away, and like with this amazingly beautiful hawk, and just crazy wildlife experience yesterday in the yard here. So that was pretty cool. I'm wearing one of my 2 formal T-shirts. It's the charcoal.
The charcoal. He's wearing charcoal tonight.
Yes, it's my nice T-shirt. Yeah, when I came up here, I came up with like a week's worth of clothes, figuring I was going to be here for 2 weeks, and then I was going to head home back to South Florida. And here I'm 6 weeks later, and still taking care of my wife. But hopefully, in another couple of weeks, I'm going to get to go home back to South Florida and get to start streaming again, doing more events. And I am having actually an espresso and creamer to start the evening, get the blood going, because I am still out of beer, sadly.
The problem.
But I'm also getting down to the last little belly fat is going away, mostly from the beer, I think. So gotta be careful when I go back home to keep that ratio.
Oh, you're screwed, buddy.
Somebody was talking about pumpkin beer the other day, and it's like, oh my god, I want a pumpkin beer so bad.
Of course you do.
Doc, how are you doing? What are you drinking? How's your week? Other than not having air conditioning.
I'm gonna have to mute myself for a second here.
Oh,
He's
Zyloh.
on fire. See, Zyloh, we put you too close to him, and he's a ginger. He just catches on fire.
Well, that's a sign of things to come for me, isn't it? The fire alarms are. So are we skipping to me?
Sure, why
Yes,
not?
we are.
Okay. Yeah, my week's been great. Did you guys always talk about what you're wearing, or did you guys do this for me?
No, it's a joke.
Oh, we have
We
the
have
last
we've
week.
always
we
done that.
have. Yes, we have.
Because
now.
sometimes we have interesting Star Citizen shirts, or like we all ended up getting Daymar Rally shirts
yeah.
when
Should've
Daymar
wore
Rally
that.
was going on. So
Well,
like, yeah, sometimes we
Thanks for
have
the
cool shirts.
Starship permit.
So what's the story with your shirt?
Yes.
I've been wearing this shirt. I haven't taken it off in the last 10 years. This is what I wear every day. I sleep in it. I shower
Gross.
in it. No.
Gross.
Yeah,
Those forever fabrics.
every day it's
Forever
orange.
fabrics.
I have a very special drink for tonight. I kind of went all out. I got it's kind of a fancy drink called Barquois, and it is from a bottling company. It's canned in Atlanta, Georgia, and I'm really excited to crack this one open. So it'll be good.
Nice.
Yeah.
Barquois.
It'll be good.
What
I haven't heard of that winery.
Winery. We're not coming in a can. That's high quality.
sounds very French.
I also know that it's good because it says on the can, it says it's good. So
Good. Okay. Yeah.
it'd be false advertising if it wasn't
Is,
good.
is
So
that like the Star Citizen pizza that says pizza? I thought I was getting noodles.
So my week's been great. I'm super happy to be here. It's been a while since we've anyone from CIG has been doing these shows, and this one just felt really good to get back into things. I'm disappointed that Molly couldn't be here tonight.
Yeah.
Originally, she was planning to join me, but a bit of a family emergency going on over there, and so she's off dealing with that. But hopefully, we can get her on one of these in the future.
Yeah,
Yeah.
definitely love to
Yeah,
have her.
Great.
It's fantastic. I'm seeing you back on a community show. Back in 2017, you were on my Bar Citizen podcast, so it's good to be hanging out with you again.
Yeah, we go way back, you and I.
Yeah.
Drew.
We go all the way back to 2016, Florida Bar Citizen, and we have a surprise for you later in the show from
Oh gosh.
blast from the past. something.
Say something.
That is worth sticking around for, let me tell you.
Thanks for the sub. Nobody hears you. Thanks for the
Especially
sub.
since nobody here knows what he's talking about.
Oh,
It was just a video that you took at the Bar Citizen. So,
Yeah.
I know.
which was so cool.
There's been a few times when backers have said to me that they have a surprise for me. I think the first one was at PAX South, and they built me a computer. And then the
Wow.
second
Wow.
time, somebody said, it was from Test Squadron. I think Richard might be in here as well. And then the other time, someone said they had a surprise for me. I actually ended up with a pumpkin pie on my face at the Bar Citizen. So when you said you had a surprise for me, I was kind of worried.
Yeah, it's like, and I'm not one who can really keep surprises when like I don't really like surprises.
It was your idea.
I know, right?
I still don't really know what it is, so I know it's a video about Bar Citizens.
Yep,
Okay,
it's all about Bar Citizen.
Quick segue over to Doc. How's your week been?
and is the house gonna burn
miserable.
down?
But it got hot and my air conditioner is broken. That's pretty much how
Mm.
my week has been. But it's getting fixed, so that's good. And cooled down, which is also good. I'm
Always
drinking
good.
water today.
Nice.
I'll probably have some scotch later, but
Amen.
I didn't grab any beforehand.
So why did your fire alarm go off?
My wife is cooking.
That explains everything.
Cooking. Emphasis on the air
Enough
quotes.
said.
Cooking.
That's not
Say
a
no
dig
more.
on her. It's actually just the way the fire alarm's set up. We've got one, and then there's like a little buttress. So any smoke gets caught between the little buttress and the alarm. So it goes off, and they're all linked together. So it makes them all go off.
He said buttress.
You literally
Couple
have
times.
smoke coming out of your ass. Is that what you said? You're blowing smoke? Okay, moving along.
Buttress, you mook!
Yeah. My week's been really good. I am drinking Kraken, falling back to an old standby with a little bit of Red Bull, not at the same time, and not sponsored by Red Bull, just because I wanted to be
Yet.
alert, ready, and good to go for this awesome show. It's just so
Cool.
great to have Zyloh on. We've been saying this before. Having Zyloh on is something that we've been wanting to do since we started the show. So we're tagging off a milestone that we really want to, and just have a great chance to really, grind into him with some good questions later on in the show. So we'll see how it goes.
Interesting choice of words. By the way, I've had a couple people message me that my mic's cutting off a bit. Do you guys hear that, or
It's
is
a
it good?
little overdriven. I think that's why it's
Yeah.
cutting out.
Maybe I'll talk quieter.
It sounded like when you, or if you just want to pull away from your face a little bit more, but other than that, we don't care.
See if that's
Moving right
better.
along.
That's
All
better.
right.
Your
So,
mic is bad.
Shadow, did we talk about you at the beginning?
Yeah, we're good.
Good. All right, perfect. Okay.
Nobody cares.
We've covered everyone.
They're like, he's
Okay.
drinking again. Oh my god, that's a shock.
All right, maybe
So,
that's better.
the current
Sounds
state
good.
of the verse, it is May 13th, 2020. We have live alpha 3.9. No Evocati or
We do have a PTU.
Oh, do we?
yes.
Yeah, we have.
Yes,
Okay.
I forgot to
3.9.1.
update the notes. We got 3.9.0S, so they are testing long-term persistence database and some crash fixes. So that is very exciting because we know that was one of the large issues. So I have not had a chance to get in there and test that. But has anybody in chat gotten a chance to test the PTU? How is it?
Yeah. Let us know how it is.
Any good feedback on how we're looking there?
That patch is a smaller patch with some fixes, but it's not 391, obviously.
Oh.
391 is coming.
Yep. Yeah, it kind of made sense that y'all are trying to test that specific thing. Because I was in SE testing chat a lot last week as the people were having some experiences there, and then Bear was in there trying to solicit specific data. So I know that they were working very specifically on trying to get to the bottom of what was causing the long-term persistence wallet and inventory issues. Personally, I'm hoping that they decide to roll back to 3.8.2. I know you don't have commenting on that, but from a personal standpoint, I think it'd be great if they rolled back to 3.8.2 before 3.9 came in. Kind of be able to reset things back.
Definitely not rolling back to 3.2.
Just keep
We'll move forward.
just keep going forward.
We'll move forward and get things in a better state.
Yep.
You.
Moving forward.
That's
So
right.
that probably means that the UEMC Alpha 3.9.0 Quantanium mining contest is still on. So if you are thrilled about mining, you love mining, one of the most developed gameplay loops within the game so far, head over to the UEMC organization page on Spectrum and join there, and you can get involved in a really cool mining operation contest that's going on.
We had a Sigelian in the chat too. Did anybody see that?
Sigelian, there's Toy Gruben as well.
Grubbin, it's
Yes.
Grubbin.
We have a
Grubbin.
lot of we have a lot of
Could
people
it
in
be
the
two
chat.
B's if it was Grubbin?
No, we've done this before.
And you can be wrong again. It's okay. So we have Toy on the show next week, which is going to be a lot of fun as well. So be sure to tune in for that one. All right, events. We have an upcoming Invictus launch week coming, which we're going to find out more about later in the week. We hear, but we might see if we can get more information out of Zyloh today about that. We'll find out.
Hey,
And then
I was
exciting.
here too.
and then the sub ship
We even have
all month
Asgard.
for May is the Cutlass Red. That's pretty cool.
So you can run around with a bunch of Cutlass Reds and never die.
And we just got the Overlord armor, just
The
attributed
rest
to
of it,
accounts
yeah.
today. That's very exciting. I can't wait to go and see which ones I need to go buy that I didn't get. I think I want them all. They look very cool.
Well, there's
Very
only
flamboyant.
three.
Yeah, there's only 3.
Gin and Tonic was telling me to put on a
Oh, there were
pop
4.
filter, so
5,
Could've been
6.
pop filter applied.
Pop filter.
So Zyloh,
applied.
would you wear the new armor? Would you risk being the one that's a murder on sight?
If it came with like a Hawaiian shirt type print on it,
I would agree with that.
Wait, why don't we have Hawaiian shirts in game yet, Zyloh?
Ooh.
you know, it's the same thing. And if we don't fix it, I'm gonna have to quit.
Yeah.
You heard it
One,
here first.
one of
Moral
those things.
imperative.
Like it's coming one day. Just don't ask when. No when questions.
Out of all the things that the player's advocating for, this is one that I promise you that you have a man on the inside. Okay?
Gotta have
I'm
Hawaiian
pushing for it.
Oh, I just had a brilliant revelation. I know when it's coming. It's coming with Helios, the ocean tourist
Oh
planet.
boy. I
Yeah.
thought we don't theory craft or speculate
Said
on
they
the show.
I heard they were saving it for Squadron 42.
You're setting up people's
boy.
expectations again, Jordan.
Oh god.
It's the reward for winning Squadron 42. You get a Hawaiian shirt.
You get a Hawaiian shirt.
Only way
And
to
that
get
is
one.
the
man.
badge that you can use to get your F8. You have
No,
to
I thought
have
it was
a
I
Hawaiian.
thought it was a complimentary hug from Zyloh. I thought that's how that worked.
Moving right on.
Those are free anyway.
All right. So
Distance from you, Shadow.
No, not much of a hugger, more of a leaner.
a leaner and a patter.
Yeah, or a tripper.
I think I've hugged Zyloh 3 times, I believe.
Excellent.
Does Zyloh remember those
Yeah.
hugs? That's the question.
Probably not. I'm not very
Only 3
memorable.
hugs I remember in my entire life. And those 3 hugs. I can tell you the time of the day.
3 hugs. Nice.
I can tell you where the sun was positioned in the sky, and I can tell you the way he smelled. No.
Whoa, okay, I don't want to know. What
Okay,
step will
moving
we
right
walk to that one?
I smell good.
Oh,
All right,
boy.
so for those of you that are tuning in that don't know how we do this show, we run through the weekly news and we talk about the latest topics. We start with Inside Star Citizen on Thursday because our show is every Wednesday. And we move straight through chronologically until today, this Wednesday, and then after that we dive into the interview with our guests. So stay tuned for the interview. But right now we're on Thursday, the 7th of May, looking at Inside Star Citizen on their Night and Day episode that they had. And Zyloh, what are your thoughts? Just to kind of throw it at you, loosey-goosey, what are your thoughts on the whole day-night lighting cycle?
Well, it reminds me of real life because we have days and we have nights, and so I'm glad to see that in the game we'll have days and nights. I don't know. What do you specifically want to know? I mean, the lighting in our game has always impressed me. Even before this episode, it's something that I think is special about using, the Lumberyard engine with PBR, which is physically based rendering, which just really makes it all feel more immersive and more realistic. So it's awesome to see that the lighting stuff is advancing.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool to see how much more dynamic it's getting. And the lighting is already so great, and everything just makes it so immersive. The sound, the lighting, the dynamism of the wind and things moving around, but and having the lights changing as the time of day changes. I think everybody here has had the experience of chasing sunsets and chasing sunrises and just going and it's like watching sunrises, or you're in the middle of doing something else and all of a sudden it's like, holy shit, there's a sun. I mean, the sun's going down. It's like, and you just stop everything and you just enjoy the sunset because they're just so beautiful, and just that dynamic lighting of that real day-night cycle is just so amazing. And
Except for when you're flying around the ground at like 1,100 meters per second on microtech, and then the sun starts to go down and a snowstorm hits. You slam into the side of a mountain. Worth it.
Most of us just,
if you
most of
can't
us
see,
just
get
slow
out-
down, but
get altitude.
lost visibility. What are we gonna do? Let's go
Where-
faster. All right.
Where would the fun be in that?
Blow through, blow through.
I think one of the big things that we learned is that we're going to get a lot better performance if they can and have less static environments if the lights aren't on all the time, and they can just be put on when they're needed with those day-night cycles. And then the fact that they're probing the environments and then adjusting the ambient light as it goes accordingly it just gives the universe a lot of life. And I think for me, if you put that all together, it's how, buildings throughout the day and street lights, how a whole city will come to life as the day-night cycle progresses, and we want that immersive world.
Well,
looking
kind
for
of
that.
like Wally's Bar we were seeing there on the video, and it's such a cool feature how you can be partying all night in Wally's Bar, and it's got that whole ambiance and the lighting, the DJ and the lasers and everything, and then the sun starts coming up and it starts transitioning to that day bar feel, and the music changes, the lighting changes, the sun's coming up, and as soon as it dropped in PTU, we had a yacht club party at Wally's Bar, and we probably had 20 people in there, and we were just running around and having a great time and partying all night. And then we were out there on the walkway, and we were just kind of looking outside, and the sun was starting to come up, and I had that feeling of when I was young and hanging out with friends, and we'd party all night, and we'd just end up standing around chatting and talking as the sun comes up. It's like it had that same type of feel. It was so nostalgic and just so cathartic and immersive. It was very cool.
But most South Beach
Nice.
clubs actually have all the windows blacked out. I just wanted to because the party keeps going.
Yeah.
So we got to fix Wally's Bar, by the way.
That's no
Yeah.
fun.
The party never
know what-
stops.
What was great about Wally's Bar was you could get to Wally's Bar in the ETF PTU, but you couldn't leave because the jetway had a hole in it, so you would just fall and be outside, like freezing to death. It was great. You have to run around the buildings to find the entryway.
That
to
pretty
get
much
back
shows
in.
you don't ever leave the party.
Yeah, it's like only when you
Good
leave
punishment.
Wally's Bar. Going in, there was no problem, but
There's
leaving,
no
you
problem.
fall through the floor.
Nice.
Why don't we
Awesome.
move on to the yoga outfits?
Okay, wait a minute. Did you want to watch this with sound? Because
Yeah.
I will-
you did note
I'll be
that
right
with
back. I'm
the
gonna
okay.
swap my.
Oh, you're swapping your mic.
I'll be so much higher quality. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
All right.
2 minutes. All right,
Yep.
we're just gonna go over yoga outfits. Don't worry, you're not missing anything.
Not
Here
missing
we go.
anything.
Starting things off with characters, we've got a quick look at additional concepts for yoga outfits for the NPCs of New Babbage, where personal health and well-being is an important aspect in maintaining the optimum productivity for any valued employee. And at Microtech, every employee is valued. Take that, workers of Lorville. Starting things off with
Why
characters.
don't the dudes have exposed navels?
I don't know.
Good question.
When was the last time you saw a guy with an exposed navel shirt? and
Midriff.
Midriff shirts.
Well, it hasn't been since March, but before that, not very uncommon.
It has been getting pretty hot out.
Yeah.
I think it's cool.
You don't understand the clubs that I go to.
No, it's
Which-
just
I thought we were talking about.
right
I thought we were talking about yoga. Yeah,
Okay, I think we can kill that topic.
I definitely. I want to see. I want to see more clothing on it. It's like Zyloh wants to see the Hawaiian shirts and the yoga outfits. I want more clothing in verse.
Yeah.
Of course, I would agree
It was
with
exciting.
that.
It was exciting to get new outfits at New Babbage, and I really like some of the stuff there. But yeah, I need more clothes.
I like those yoga outfits. I think they're awesome. The designs are so cool. They've got a lot of circles, kind of cutouts in them. I mean, you don't see a lot of clothing these days that have cutouts and have like the strength and integrity for that. I mean, personally, I would stick an arm out through the wrong holes if we had more holes.
Ducky really hasn't ever been to a club, has he?
Well, right, not in a while. Not in a while.
Blame social distancing. It's okay.
Yeah.
What about climbing gear and climbing
That
clothing?
I can't wait for. The mechanics
Really,
for
we're
it.
looking. Yeah, but it's Lululemon and those yoga outfits. Really, it's technical gear, right? Like it's workout gear. So it's things you go hiking in. It's things you obviously do yoga in, but it's things that you can work out in, climb and sweat and have fun. So the question is, when are we getting? Not when, because we can ask no when questions.
Well, you can ask.
Will we be getting climbing gear and actually be able to climb that climbing wall in New Babbage?
You
That's
know
what
you
I
will.
want to know.
I want to be able to climb. Did everybody see that new the video for I'm blanking the game engine Unreal Engine 5 that came out today? Did everybody see that? And they showed this the gal climbing up this sheer rock wall. It's like, oh, that I want to be able to do that.
When was this?
Oh yeah.
I missed that.
It was today. Yeah, there was a big thing for Unreal Engine. They were showing it off, and it looks absolutely amazing. But what really got me excited at first was like this gal was free climbing this rock wall. It's like it looks so great. It's like I don't know her name, Shaozen. Like I'm sure she has a name. Like I have no idea. Was it it wasn't Tomb Raider because she was doing magic. So it's like I don't know. It's not Lara Croft. I don't know anybody.
Man wants to know.
I don't actually play any other games. This is the only game that I play.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Ooh, it's very overdriven.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Much
Whoa.
better, though.
Am I too loud or is it too quiet?
Just back up. You don't have to lean forward. I think.
Better.
No, it's still pretty overdriven.
That sounds pretty good.
I don't know. It
can
sounds
turn it
overdriven to me.
Where was this from the start?
We're not that
This is actually-
important, okay?
This is actually my wife, so she brought it up for me.
Ah, nice.
Aw.
Well done. Well done.
So Stelik said something. I guess he was maybe answering somebody's question earlier. You have to travel somewhere in your spacesuit, put on armor for a mission, then don a Hawaiian shirt to enter a theme bar to talk to a mission giver.
You bet.
Wouldn't that be
The
cool?
way it should be. You can't go in there all armed to the teeth. They got to think you're a casual drug dealer.
Yep. Wait, that's what everybody wears to drug deals in Florida. It's like
It really is. I've seen them. It's terrifying.
Watch that show. What was that comedy show? That kind of it was in Miami quite a few years ago, I guess. It's like
Michael Weston. That's all I remember.
yes, Michael
Somebody
Weston.
called me that all the time. They said, you're so
Well,
much
I'm-
like him. Yeah, I don't even know the show. I don't watch TV.
Burn Notice. Thanks
Burn
to Z-Rack.
Notice, there you
Burn
go.
Notice. That was a great
Yeah.
show, and
You're welcome.
we're in Hawaiian shirts.
I think that I have fully fixed it. Apologies for that, guys. Does it sound?
Oh, no, that sounds a lot
Yeah,
better.
sounds
Let me
great.
turn you up. Let me turn you back up.
Awesome.
All right. Say something
pro.
wonderful.
I really like Doc's beard. I don't know.
I said wonderful. I said don't lie.
Dangerous, not wonderful.
Don't implicitly lie. No, it
Yeah.
sounds a lot better. Thank you.
If it ends up sounding weird at all, just let me know. Sorry about that.
You
So-
you sound great.
We had a question from chat. They're wondering whether or not we're going to get clothing and technical gear for climbing the wall at New Babbage.
And this was the video that Jordan was talking about.
Yeah.
Thank you,
That's
G-Nicer.
the Unreal 5 video. Yeah, that was
Yeah.
pretty.
Wow.
That was pretty
Yeah.
incredible. Really enjoyed seeing it.
It's amazing quality. And it was fairly long. Just a little ahead of this, and then it shows her climbing this rock wall.
I
That
already
was my
went
favorite.
straight to it.
Yeah,
It's amazing.
yeah, and
Yeah, but I mean,
the
the
particle
fidelity of
effects
that
of-
is already in SC. I feel. I mean, that fidelity is already there. It's the mechanic that they just need.
Oh, he said fidelity twice.
Oh,
Drink.
did it?
Oh,
Did drink? Sorry,
No.
broke my own rule. So we
That
asked the
video was
question.
beautiful.
Yes, and Zyloh did his typical. Are you any comments?
Climbing gear?
Yeah,
Mhm.
we want to climb that wall.
yeah.
I
Everybody's so
completely-
excited about the climbing wall.
I completely agree with you. It's not on our current roadmap, but I mean, with everything
enough.
that fits in, we definitely.
It's not on the community ballywag.
Yeah.
I've definitely heard many discussions internally about climbing mechanics, so I think that.
Well,
that
yeah.
serves to-
Yeah.
We've
We'll
talked
have
about
stuff
it
in the
before as
future.
well.
The
But do you mean
character-
specifically climbing gear?
Well, you should be well equipped when you climb. You shouldn't be climbing in a Hawaiian shirt and sandals, but that could
I-
be you.
I
I,
agree
don't know.
To be on the same list as having
Casual.
a gliding suit and a parachute and a lot of
Yes.
functional wear. I think
yeah.
that pulling an ejection seat in atmosphere right now has dire consequences, and I hope that's not always the case.
That does get brought up a few times by people. So moving right along.
So
Alright.
on to Eddie Parr. We got a little insight onto who Eddie Parr is, this new mission giver, and
Also
what his
on
Yeah,
role
that
as
was-
a
Babbage's
bartender.
Here's the
work with a
audio.
mission giver named
That was
Eddie
a
Parr.
pretty cool.
Now, Eddie's the bartender at Wally's, and since there's a slew of entertainment coming in and out of Microtech, it's believed he's been running a side racket with his old friend Michael Shaw to smuggle, we'll call it contraband, in for the locals. Hey, people gotta cut loose, and yoga ain't for everyone.
We lost Dark. We know he's coming back. Eddie Parr. I like his glasses. Can we get glasses like that? Those are actually pretty cool.
Yeah, those are pretty cool.
Unless
I
that's
thought
an
that was
implant.
interesting that he's the bartender at Wally's bar.
I worked in a Miami nightclub. I know bartenders down there. They're the perfect persons to be mission givers.
Yeah.
In my
It's not-
opinion,
Not
the
fiction.
astronaut is the bartender at Wally's bar every Friday night.
Every Friday.
Great.
night.
Great plug.
As long as I can be the DJ, we'll be fine.
And I will just be sitting there drinking beer. Hanging out.
Nice.
I'll join you, Ron.
I'll throw a party. I'll herd the nerds.
That's right.
One of the questions that we have at the end of the show, which I'll just ask now because it's timely and appropriate. A lot of the mission givers that we've seen are all shady. It's generally a criminal element, whether it's smuggling, whether it's just they're all sort of below the brow.
They're all bad
mission
guys.
givers. Yeah, they're all bad guys essentially.
There's no
Define
good
bad.
mission givers.
Is there a reason to that you're aware of?
I'm pretty sure that's actually been answered before. I think Dave said that they were looking forward to
Yeah.
to getting a diverse array of cast as mission givers in the verse. I don't know if there's an intentional reason for starting. with the dark
I think
side.
I think when they answered it, that I think they were saying that they I got the feel that from distant memory when that was that they tend to be more colorful characters, and so they kind of found them more interesting, and that they're kind of adding more on the shady side of missions and the shady side of the law, and then the other side will come somewhere down the road.
Nice. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think you get a lot of that. You get a lot of that color in the sort of seedy underbelly of the verse, like kind of Grimhex approach.
It's colorful.
Now on to my second favorite topic, and that is the high-tech hangars.
Oh yes.
Ooh, yes.
I was so excited to see that.
With audio,
Like,
here we go.
I'd almost completely forgotten.
But before we see Eddie Parr in yoga outfits, the environment art team is putting the finishing touches on their high-tech hangar set that will eventually populate the spaceport at New Babbage. Like the hangars already in place in Lorville and Area 18, these will come in a variety of shapes and sizes to accommodate most ships in the persistent universe. Just wait for the doors to be completely open before you try to pass through. Don't be like Disco.
Yeah. Those. Looking forward to that for sure.
Yeah, I'd almost completely forgotten that they were working on different ones, and that we had the ones from Lorville and Area 18. So this was beautiful to see. So it's still more cool stuff coming.
It's like they do real work, right?
I just like the variety, so much variety, and also how slow the hangar doors open up. I mean, that's realistic.
No, I hate the freaking slow hangar doors. Make those damn. I actually have a fast opening garage door just for this reason. This drives me nuts.
You're supposed to hate them. You're supposed to
No,
hate
I'm
them.
not supposed to hate them. I have a fast car that I turn on and get the hell out.
Actually, no. The small hangars open pretty fast. We're watching the extra large hang, and that thing is massive. It's for the 890. That thing, it's huge. It takes time. The small hangars open pretty fast. And
Can we get a vote in chat about what hangars speed, like slow or fast, for big hangars, like the really big ones?
Right?
Is it immersive to have them be slow, or is it annoying? That's what we need to know.
Everybody wants faster. So there was another very important point to this. So there was a sneak peek of the F8 Lightning there at the end. So a lot of people got all excited because people are just flying out of control. Yeah, right there at the end. You want to pause it there?
I didn't even recognize.
Oh.
Yep. It's like there's always people that recognize everything, and they snapshot everything. And it's like, and they zoom in to the microscopic little
Zyloh,
text.
can you confirm or deny that? Is that the F8?
Looks like it to me.
Yeah, it's the F8, but it doesn't have to mean anything.
He really is the master.
So, Zyloh, how crazy does it make you that the community will latch on to little tiny things and blow them into just huge, like this huge massive story of that they've made up about? It's like, this has to happen. It means this, and they're going to do this.
I mean, I think that's you're literally seeing like passion in raw form, like that excitement. I mean, that really is, that's real. I think it's exciting. It's awesome. There's some times when it goes a bit too far. I did have someone in Spectrum ask me what I was eating for lunch once, to which I replied, a sub sandwich. And I didn't hear the end of it for about a week from people that were like, I heard that you confirmed submarines on Spectrum. And I was like, no. It took me a while to figure it out too. I actually went through my chat history. I was like, no. I think that was about a sandwich that I ate. And they were like, no. We saw the quotes.
And that is literally exactly what happens. Like, I assume that y'all see things percolating back and around the discords and you're literally everywhere, and you're probably one of the few people that is more omnipresent than I am in the community. I see you pop in everywhere.
You showed up on my show. I mean, geez, how the hell did that happen?
And Spectrum and the discords, and millions of discords, and so the crazy loons over at the lunatic discord, the leaks discord. Freudian slip there.
I'm pretty sure that was intentional.
It was intentional, but it's accurate. They go in and they sift through the game files. Like, oh, we got a new patch. We got to sift through. Where's all the hints and clues? Like, oh my God, there's an F8. They're going to be selling an F8. There's the F8. It's like, I have been fighting that for a week. It's like,
oh, you're back, Joe. Okay.
It's like,
Did Zyloh just confirm sub sandwiches?
Confirmed sub sandwiches at the snack bar.
Sandwiches confirmed. Yes.
At the snack bar, there will be sub sandwiches.
And when you eat them, you'll eat half of it and throw it on the floor.
But yeah, the short answer is I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. I think that it's indicative of how passionate everybody is and just how excited they are. I mean, it's impossible to satiate that hunger for more info about
Yeah.
anything. So even those little
Yeah.
things, it's they'll see something and they'll run with it. And honestly, we think it's fun, and we definitely kind of catered to it with a lot of different Easter eggs in the past, and like some of the fun ones that are out there that people might not even have found yet. Like, we like to have fun, hiding little snippets of code in a web page that if somebody decides that they want to
Click
pretend
the
they're a
period on this,
hacker
and it
and
takes you to this other page.
yeah, I mean, even more
Seen
obscure
that.
than that, though. Like if you were to right click and inspect the page, you never know what you'll find, right? and no, that's not me saying everybody go out on an Easter egg hunt, but I'm just saying we like to do stuff
These
like that.
things are here.
It's fun, and I think it's engaging.
Yeah, I think that the community loves that about CIG and the devs, and how much y'all do that, and share that sense of fun and humor and enjoyment and passion that y'all have in building this and in participating with the community, and it helps really drive and that symbiosis thrive between CIG and the community. How much? So you were a community manager with Blizzard before?
No, I was actually more
Right.
on the support side.
So
I was there for about 5 years and did
okay.
a lot of different things. Yeah, it's I mean it's
Uh,
kind of a weird story. Blizzard was my dream job. I dropped out of college when I got very fortunate to get a job at Blizzard, and that was like I did it. I'm going to work my way up. This is my place. These are my people. And so leaving Blizzard, as I was approaching my 5-year anniversary, where you get a sword, was still to this day one of the most challenging decisions I've ever made. Difficult decisions, but worth it. Absolutely worth it.
You
We're all
started
very
at
glad that you came
CIG
over.
as you started as QA, right? If I
Mhm.
remember correctly.
Yeah, I started as a QA tester November 17th, 2014. It was right before 1.0 released, so you could only walk around your hangar. It was the era of the famous helmet flip.
Yes.
And it was
We showed that last
it's
week.
it's wild to think about how much things have changed from then to now. Just looking at the studio, the amount of people in it. I mean, back then we were in a mail room, the QA team. There was like 4 or 5 of us, and the AC always went out, so we would daisy chain a bunch of fans so that they would kind of try to circulate air through the mail room where our desks were, and now there's like, I don't know, even 60 QA testers in Austin, and there was like 4 or 5 when I was
Wow, you
there.
get that many in Austin now?
It's yeah, and I feel bad sometimes
Wow.
because the company's growing so fast that sometimes like I don't recognize someone right away. And back then it was just such a smaller group, and then yeah, it's just we've grown. Even the studio itself in Austin physically, we took over some space in the building, knocked down some walls, and the studio has grown physically as well. It's been a wild ride.
Is that in the past year and a half or so? Because I was there at CitizenCon in 2018. So has it grown since then?
I think that's when they were just starting some of the construction. I mean, it's not really construction as much as we literally were knocking down walls and just expanding throughout the building we were in. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
and so yeah, it's really great now. I miss it a lot, given this whole working from home reality that we're all in right now. I think one of the challenges, not just on the work side, is I just miss seeing everybody in person, and also that studio. If you've seen videos of it, it is the chill studio. We keep the lights low. We don't have the best wire management.
Like our office.
It's just cozy. It feels like a LAN party. I love it.
Yes.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah. It's like literally the lights are always like really
Yes.
low, and yeah, and I can just you sense that passion and camaraderie, and even in the shows that y'all do every week on the Inside Star Citizen and the Star Citizen Live. Going back to, I missed the roundtable, the reverse the verse. When you or Jared and Ben and Alexis and folks would just sit around the table on Friday afternoon and just kind of just chat about stuff. It was it's things have changed so much and grown so much, and y'all still have so much camaraderie and passion, but that kind of losing that small intimate closeness is I imagine that like what you're talking about. It's you kind of have lost something in the journey, but you've gained other things.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Austin is the publishing hub. It's where our DevOps team is. It's where our publishing teams are, and it's where our largest QA team is. And so, because of that, that's the team that's on the front line managing our patch releases. When it's 1 a.m. and all of a sudden you see your launcher have an update because maybe they have a server hotfix or whatever, right? That's that team in Austin. And so, because of that, they tend to work different hours than most of the other studios, because it is the publishing hub, and because of that, you kind of have to be on call 24/7. Whether or not if something goes wrong with the servers and it's in the middle of the night U.S. time, the people that work in the Austin office are the ones that have to get up and make sure that they can get things back online. And the studio is really good about managing that, like time wise, and making sure that we have like the healthiest work-life balance. But because of that on-call mentality, because of that, the weird hours and sometimes being late into the evening and whatnot, I think everyone in the Austin studio has grown really close, and there's like this weird sense of camaraderie because we've been there late at night and we've brought pajama pants and ordered pizzas for a patch release
Tech
to roll those out.
Yeah,
I've built a tent in the middle of the studio just because while we were waiting for the latest build to download back in my QA days, we all hung out in the tent and we tried to do s'mores. The office manager said, no, you can't do fires in the office. But because of that, I always joke about it. And you guys may have seen that video we showed at CitizenCon where I talk about the Austin studio being the best studio. But to me, all the studios are wonderful, and we have fantastic people around the world. But the Austin studio, and for anyone who's visited it or toured it, I'm sure you felt it. It is seriously a family. And when I'm not at CIG someday, the people that I work with here, I know I'll be friends with for the rest of my life, for sure.
Nice.
And that's what it's about. It's not
special.
It's not about building a thing. It's about being a part of a group that's a family.
There's never going to be an end. This is until we die. So, it's like you can't stop.
Did you hear that?
You can't
Zyloh,
stop.
he basically said you're not leaving.
I hope so.
It's like nobody there is leaving. We're all going to have our spaceships until we're on our deathbeds. We'll have our laptop and it's like in oxygen, and and then we'll pass away in our 890s or whatever our favorite spaceship is, and in 50 years or 60, 70
what about
years.
you? And Doc and I are never dying. I don't know where you get that from.
Don't worry. I promise I'm not going anywhere. Like I said earlier,
I've already got the dying out of the way. I've done it like 3 times.
What about if you're dead inside? Does that count?
Never.
Tell everybody it's not a game. It's a lifestyle.
Right. All right, let's move on a little bit.
Just to quell any rumors, though, I'm not leaving. I promise.
And he's not.
You heard it here
either.
first.
He's not dying either. Because that'll turn around.
Oh boy.
All right, let's dive into the cargo depot B-roll.
Or cargo stuff.
So this is my favorite topic, like hauling, cargo transport, buying low, selling high, playing the economy. Absolutely love it. I know there's a ton of you out there that resonate with that. So let's talk a little bit about
Do you want to watch it first with the audio, like you instructed?
Yeah. Let's do it.
Okay, here we go.
We first saw concepts for 2 weeks ago have moved into white box phase as they look to expand the gameplay opportunities for cargo haulers everywhere with new contracts, new opportunities, and eventually tie-in functionality with the upcoming player trading app, which when used together will facilitate the transfer of commodities and such between players.
There you go.
Nice.
Dr. Murray variant again. I don't know what happened to him this time. So
Yeah, I'm not in the scene.
Okay, good. Moving right along.
So I literally went through this frame by frame. Some people look for their wing commander ships. They look for the F8 Lightning. I look for little text hanging around on what's happening here. And a few things to note out. So we've got administration office, which is probably a place where we go up and maybe talk about missions. There's guild supplies is mentioned on one of the banners. So now, there's, obviously they could be Easter eggs. They could be total diversions. CIG does that from time to time, putting things up that aren't necessarily true to kind of put us off. But it says there's guilds kind of coming in, which is really neat. And you get supplies. There's an area that says PPE, which is personal protective equipment, where they have helmets and steel-toed boots hanging out, which is kind of neat. So we'll have gear. And then there's packing material, which looks like it could be tape guns that are on the wall there. And then we've also got a sign that says barrows, which looks like to me dollies. And I think it's probably a clever play on wheelbarrow, but it's like dollies for moving around things.
You don't know what a dolly is?
Not everybody does, I don't think. I don't know. I know what a dolly is.
Not the ones you have on your bed.
But the word this time saw was barrows.
Oh yes, okay.
Yeah,
Like
barrows.
maybe-
Yeah.
Well, wheelbarrow, yeah.
Could be a Britishism for dollies or some such. But yeah, I was going through New Babbage.
Did you say a Britishism?
Yes, Britishism.
I was hoping we could get past that one.
A new thing.
New one. Okay.
Continue.
Doc is the syntax. But I was going through New Babbage and I saw this dolly with some crates on it. It's like, oh my god, there's a dolly there. It's like moving around crates, because I get into this conversation with people all the time. It's like manually moving crates around. It's like and cargo. It's like I'm super excited about that too.
Yeah.
So
Well, this makes the world go around. Their universe work. That's why I'm excited about it. Because, I mean, if you really start to get to this version 0, you start to really feel how everything else kind of grows into the universe. And then you get into that dynamic behind the data, which is what my big thing is. So that's what I can't wait for. It relies on this.
Like the cargo jacks. And, now to see like a lot more manual, simple, just, a lever arm like a dolly just to pick things up and move it around. What do you guys think of that?
Well, 900
Does
years
it
in the
bother
future,
you that
anything's
we're
possible.
not moving everything around with, with anti-gravity.
Yeah, I really want to see the anti-gravity jacks, which Todd Pappy talked about a couple of months ago. So it's like I see these props with dollies with wheels and pallet jacks with wheels and forklifts with wheels, and it's like I really want to see that anti-gravity cargo
It's only
jack.
going to be in the high-end station. You think Drake is going to spend money on a cargo jack that's anti? I don't think so.
So Zyloh, when are we going to be able to buy dollies?
When questions?
No win questions.
Strike one
But
on this
Doc
one.
wants dollies. We need to have a dolly concept sale. So send that back. Send that back up to John Prue. It's like, all right.
I remember. I think it was the Eclipse that had a fuel truck in one of the pictures, and people were like, "I want that fuel truck. Let's buy the fuel truck."
It's the
That fuel truck was cool.
Hey, Zyloh, your audio is a bit
far
soft
away.
right now. I don't know what happened.
Is it still bad?
Yeah, it's still pretty soft. I mean, I could raise you way up, but
Yeah, we need you to be able to talk over us because we get out of
yes,
hand.
very much so.
Is that any better? I didn't touch anything. That's weird.
Real quiet.
Yeah, it's still pretty quiet.
Let me tinker with it.
Tinker. Okay, tinker.
Very
Tinker,
quiet.
tinker.
We're fixing.
Move on to the next topic.
I think what he's doing is trying to purposely.
I was just gonna say this is way he was earlier. We asked
during
him
the
about the
time when there's all the
Redeemer.
exciting stuff on.
Yeah, we asked him about the Redeemer, so we can get this out of the way right now. And he said,
He actually muted his mic and then mouthed the words. We're like,
and he said he has a problem with repeating himself. So
Mhm.
moving right along.
Wait, Dr. Contrast.
Yeah, so while we're fixing that, I did want to kind of drop in. If you guys haven't seen Dr. C's show recently, he's been doing some amazing things. So Zyloh, I don't know if you've seen it. I certainly hope you have. This was the Harvest Star that we designed on the show, which was amazing. He's probably tinkering with settings right now, so it doesn't really matter.
I'm listening. I don't know.
Oh.
I did. I watched that stream as well.
Oh,
Do I sound
great.
any better at all?
A little
Yes,
bit.
a bit better.
Hello.
Yeah, I can crank you up a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead, and I can crank myself up a little as more.
There we
It's
go.
definitely better. Yeah.
I think you're good now. Say something beautiful, not about Doc's
Hello,
beard.
everybody. This is a mic check 1, 2, 3, 4.
I got you good now. Awesome.
Nice.
So
Is the quality
obviously,
still there?
yeah,
Sorry.
it's good.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
cool. Just making
You're
sure.
not drover driving. We designed
Some out there
that.
in chat.
Yep, and then this was the front end ship, the snub ship that came off the front of it. For the people that haven't seen that, so this is some of the new stuff that he's working on. As you can see, he's really starting to go some amazing technique, which is just yeah. So I've actually commissioned him to do a yacht or a battle yacht for me, which now it's not advancing to the next picture.
Let's just say very quickly,
Yeah.
these are not Star Citizen
Yes,
ships.
these are not. Yeah.
These are ships that we worked with Dr. Contrast, that we actually over a period of 2 or 3 shows, we collected information from everyone that was watching. We asked specific questions going down a decision tree of what type of ship we wanted to do, what its roles were in the verse. And then when we actually did the show where Dr. Contrast was on it and designing it live, just like a Star Citizen Live show, drawing it out and doing the concepting of it, we were asking more questions at that point. One of those examples of the questions was, well, we knew it was an exploration ship. We knew that it had to have some way of going down and collecting samples off the planet because it was a farming research and development ship. So kind of like the Endeavour. So one of the questions was, well, how does it go down and get samples? Does it have a rover? Does it have a snub craft? Or does it have a command module? And so the community collectively agreed on a command module. And so that's why we got such a cool, or one of the reasons we had such a cool ship. So we're going to be doing another one of these once once social distancing relaxes and we don't have such a hard time.
I'm actually working on something that we won't even have to rely on that. So, but yeah, we're expecting in the next month. So we are going to start gathering those questions for the next one. But as you can see, some of the stuff that he's been working on recently, I can't wait for the next one. Because the first one, he was literally just trying out something brand new. Because he worked for Ferrari and Corvette and all these, high-end companies. And then all of a sudden, now he's designing spaceships, which was completely out of his wheelhouse. And now he's going crazy with it, with designing ground vehicles. And this is the last one that I wanted to really show you. This is where it's going. And oh my, I want 7 of these. I don't care. Yeah, so like active arrow. Yeah, so it's always great to have him. It's funny because he started doing Twitch casts on Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Eastern, and every single person that's logged in is asked if they work for you, Zyloh. So
Yeah, these are gorgeous. I had watched the live stream where he did one live, but I haven't seen a lot of these other ones.
yeah, he's every Wednesday at 4 p.m. So highly encouraged because it's so much fun to watch it just come to life right in front of you, and he's just an amazing talent. We're so glad to have him. So, Dr. C, thank you so much for stopping by.
Zyloh still seems a little bit low to me. I don't know, is it just
I can bring him up a little. Well, I have him up on the cast. Just bring him up in Discord.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm just letting you know. All right, cool. Well, thank you. Good to see you, Dr. C.
Alrighty.
All right, should we move on to gas clouds?
Yes.
Yes, Cloud.
These are gorgeous.
I think I fixed the mic, and I just have to look towards the mic. So if it's weird that I'm looking off to the side, that's
It's
why.
definitely way better. Perfect.
Okay, cool.
I got you dialed down now, so you're good. Thank you.
Who's the gas cloud?
Yeah.
Gorgeous. This to me
looking so
is
cool.
immersion.
The scale of it is just crazy. Just like everything else in Star Citizen, the scale is just amazing.
Yeah.
I was watching a show on YouTube the other day, and they were talking about how the matter in the universe and how it's distributed and how huge these gas clouds are. I mean, they're massive. They span and connect galaxies. They can be so big. So it's quite amazing to actually see these in the verse and have them as a backdrop. And I don't know, I'm excited because there's that living, breathing, dynamic world that we're looking forward to, that we're excited to see, versus all the other games that we've seen where unless it's a bitmap in the background, it's just stark black space with what looks like dust particles flowing past you.
We've come a long way.
To be fair, just looking like dust particles floating past you is what actually being in a nebula would look like. It's all spread
Very
out so far.
accurate.
You can't. In the distance, you'll see the coloring, but near you, it'll.
I want to see when you actually turn your headlights on.
Yeah.
Does it go? You can't see anything. No, this to me is like real immersion, because it's just like you get into a certain points of it where it gets so thick and you start to flatten, you can't see anything, and then all of a sudden you come into a break and it's like this big open area maybe, and then there's like you see it all throughout. And to me, that really feels like you're going somewhere and in something that's unique. So this makes me a little happy, to say the least. As long as you don't run into all those asteroids.
And there was a thread on Spectrum too, but it's not necessarily realistic, but that goes back to where Star Citizen takes realism and fun, and
fun?
always goes towards fun versus realism.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe not always, but there's definitely a heavy leaning that way.
Well,
Yeah.
and the balance of like realism,
The rule of cool.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
right. Like
Oh, look, somebody just said that.
Mhm.
how do you feel about that, Zyloh? Is it's still like one of the things that you love about it too? That
Well, I think it's one of the challenges of open development is that we're actively developing things. We want them to be fun for people that are playing it right now, but there's also some compromises that have to be made as we await for additional systems to come online, right? And so I think you nailed it when you said that it's a balance. And so obviously we want it to be fun, and we also want it to be immersive. But if it's really immersive, it's kind of pointless if it's not also fun. So having a fun game is definitely a priority.
Yeah, and that's a good point, that a lot of times people don't see where what we have now fits into the bigger picture and the longer term view, where this slots into more things later on that may not come for another year or more, and completely changes the dynamic multiple times along the road.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
All right, let's push through the hype maps, the next part, and then we'll dive on to Friday. Star Citizen Live with Pedro Camacho.
Oh, we want to go straight to that?
Or
I would
hype
might as
map.
well. Sure.
Well,
Okay.
we should show the height maps.
Yes, they are gorgeous. Because there's no audio on this, so.
Yeah.
At least Tim hasn't said to turn it on. No, and this is that part where we were just talking about the Unreal Engine thing. When you get down into these, they're right there. They're real. They're very vibrant. So,
Hey, Dad Lando.
hey,
Hey, good
I think
day,
I saw a
Devin.
disco in chat
Commodore.
earlier.
He was? Yeah.
there was a bit of spam, so yeah, I show him in the admin. So.
Hard to keep up. But yeah, it's
wants
another
a hug.
example of like at every single patch they're making improvements to the quality, and even though it may look amazing, the next patch it looks even better. And we were talking about the 2017 Gamescom presentation, because somebody was asking about that. Everybody's talking about the Idrises, because we're hoping that those go for sale during Fleet Week. Some people want to acquire them, and somebody was asking whether or not they land, and it's like, oh yeah, they showed it landing like 3 years ago, and so pull that out, and everybody was rewatching it, and they were saying, it's like, man, 2017 we thought it looked amazing, but now it looked so much better 3 years later than it did then, and it was so cool then. It's like it reminded people how far we've come in such a short time, and I that's something I continually try to do with people when they're saying, it's like, well, things aren't happening fast enough, or this or that, and it's like we've come so much further and faster than we have in the past, and like how it's that's got to be a difficult challenge for you guys to continually, you're showing all the cool new things, and people are kind of almost forgetting where, like you were saying, where you started with the hangar module, and people go back and look at the videos of the hangar module. It's like, holy crap, that looks nothing like what we have now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's funny with these height maps and some of the tech that's come online for the environment teams. Like obviously you can see New Babbage has outdone itself. If Disco's in here too, he can attest to this. They were just talking yesterday about how as the tech develops, the environment artists basically have more toys to play with, more tech to play with.
Yes.
And so I think one of the things that they're planning on doing is kind of going back and looking at Hurston and ArtCorp a bit, and being able to use those toys that have come online with the release of New Babbage, and hey, we could actually also use these back on Hurston. And so even the older landing zones will still get some love from that advancing technology.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and some of the devs were talking about going back and revisiting ArtCorp at some point. That they kind of used the tech that they had, filled it all in. It's like, okay, we've got this amazing tech. We can cover 7.5 million square kilometers with buildings at an incredible level of
Yeah.
detail.
But it's
But
not supposed to be fully covered.
yeah, there's going to be the oceans, and there's going to be more variety in buildings and things like that. So it's like, people aren't thinking it's like, okay, well, this is done. It's not done. It's just everything we have now is really almost kind of a placeholder as we forge ahead, and y'all continue to iterate in the process.
Well, I think it's more tier 0 than placeholder.
Yeah,
Placeholder
I would agree with
zero.
I
that.
would say that
Yeah.
using the word iterate is the perfect word. Game
Right.
development is all about iteration.
Yep.
Oh, it just keeps getting better, and that's the thing. That's what's great about
I've
it.
only said that a million times.
A million?
Well,
Just a million?
Just a
I
million.
think, and I think
I don't
that's-
even work on the
I think
project.
things will get- Well, I think that's one of the things that we always try to keep front and center with our show, with the community, and why we started the show 60 episodes ago, 60 weeks ago, that we wanted to
Amazing,
bring
everyone still watches
our-
us.
yeah, it's like
61 weeks
Still
ago.
haven't got tired of us yet.
61 weeks.
But to give that perspective from higher level backers that really follow the development closely and have a very positive long-term view of the project, and try to continually bring that perspective to everything that's going on. Like in the past couple of weeks, we were talking, I think it was 2 weeks ago, about the derelicts that were coming on Microtech, and then we started talking about salvage, which everybody's constantly asking about that, and I feel like a broken record about explaining. Here's all of the
Thanks to Steve Rec.
Yes.
dependencies that have
Oh,
to be
wow.
in place before salvage can come in, and then we started going back, and we found the old the damage video of the armor meshes, and where the guns were shooting the fighters, from like 2015, and a lot of people haven't seen that. And we have so many new players, so many new backers that are coming in, and they see what we have now, and they don't really have a grasp on the bigger picture of what's really envisioned for where we're going, and things that y'all have shown in the past. So there's this ocean of information out there that it's difficult to catalog and get across to new backers, because it's I joke about the analogy between Elite Dangerous that's a mile wide and an inch deep. They say like Star Citizen is a mile deep and a foot wide. Like and there's so much to it, and how do you convey all of these things that we've assimilated over years of your content to new backers, about
Yeah.
all these things from, okay, here's what we have now, but this is really just, and I used placeholder kind of, for lack of a better word, it's like, this is what we have now, but in a year and 2 years, it is going to be so completely different. And here's things that were talked about in this program back in 2014, and in this 10 for the dev, or 10 for the chairman, or this ATV, and to go back and bring these things forward. Like, is there really any way to potentially put out, here's what the big picture is for people to really kind of see? Because it's amazing for what we have now, and people are coming in because it's exciting, and they see these YouTube videos and streamers, but it's such a microcosm of what it's going to be.
It's one of the challenges we face in a lot of ways when we're thinking about FATUI, which stands for the first time user experience, and how it can be. It's very easy to get overwhelmed, especially when you start going down that rabbit hole of our website. A lot of games, they have a website, and what you find on that website is refined, either social features or marketing material that is handpicked and meant to guide you through this experience. But what we have with open development is a massive encyclopedic archive of building this game. And an additional challenge is that over time, not everything still stands, right? You might be able to find a design doc from a few years ago, that maybe we have a new piece of tech, and so we're approaching it from a different angle. So one of the challenges that we're actually actively talking about right now is, what do we do with some of the legacy pages that are out there that either should be seen by more people so that they can understand the direction that we're going, or
Like a lot of the lore.
or need to be labeled as this is old because maybe it doesn't stand anymore. Maybe back in,
Yeah.
a few years ago, it's like, oh, this is how we were going to do mining, right? And then now we end up with something more robust. Or in some cases, maybe we had to compromise and make things less robust, right? Game development is iterative and things go back and forth on the spectrum, but that's one of the challenges we're looking at right now. And it's funny because as the company is growing, when we get new hires on the team, a lot of them take the initiative to go and just dig through the website and just soak up as much as they can because they want to understand what we're doing and what we're building. And it's one of the things I deal with a lot is I'll get pinged, and hey, I saw this page, is this true? And I'm like, oh, actually, we ended up going a different direction. That page is actually and they're like, well, why is it still on the website? And I'm like, well, I mean, I'm a little sentimental, but we can't just lose it. That's a part of our history. Like, well, why don't you label it? It's like, well, yeah, we should actually. So we're talking about that and trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
You should label it as heretical.
Thousands of
you can just say that's heretical.
Well, and
thousands and thousands and thousands of pages.
and
Yeah.
and
And
like
not only that, all the stuff that's on Google that you took down.
I've
Or
read
way
all
back.
of them.
I don't even remember them.
and like the statement that I don't remember if it was Todd Pappy or who was saying why y'all don't put out design documents now, because it can be limiting until you're actually getting to something and iterating on it. And like you brought up, mining is a perfect example where I think the essence of the intent was kept. But as I've talked to some people, they said, well, I wish that it had these other things that they didn't do, but so many other people love it, and it really is very hands-on and very active, challenging and rewarding, especially now with all the additional iteration of the mining heads and the consumables and all these things, which, like Chris says, it's easy to learn and difficult to master. It's like, yeah, you can go out there and mine, but to really get really good at it and learn all these other things. But like some of those early design documents, and I refer back to these a lot, like the cargo design document, and grabby hands. We were talking about grabby hands last week, and somebody was saying, it's like, well, grabby hands is dead. It's like, no, we have grabby hands. It's better than what was shown back in 2014. And it's like, and so I went back and
Calyx still work there, by the way?
Who?
I haven't seen Calyx.
I'm pretty sure in the LA office. I don't know.
I thought he was in the Austin office.
No, not in Austin.
No,
honestly,
that's right. He's LA.
Even with personnel stuff, I really prefer not to confirm it tonight, just because it's like maybe they want to message things. Yeah, I honestly am not exactly sure, to be honest, because I haven't talked to him in a while.
Fair enough.
But yeah, and I think it's great to have those things because you see where the original thinking was, and okay, well, this is where we want to go. And then when we actually get some of these things in, like I talk about manual, like we're talking about earlier, I understand with manual cargo handling and dollies and things like that, and the cargo jack. It's like most people have no idea. It's like cargo jack. What's a cargo jack? It's like, you go to a terminal and you order your cargo and it magically shows up in your ship. I mean, that's cargo, right? It's like, well, no, there was this cool little jack, and you put it in these containers, and they're giant containers, and you walk around with them, and you can place things in your ship, and then with your physicalized inventory, you can take your stuff and you can put them into a crate and move the crate around and all these things. Like, and like, I have to refer back to this 2014 document and these pictures and stuff. And the intent is still valid, even though some of the details may change. So yeah, it's great to be able to keep those up, but then how do you communicate that? So yeah,
Doc, you trapped me, Doc, because Calix is messaging me right now. He absolutely still works there. I just haven't talked to him in a couple months, and so you got me like worried. Like, hey, is there like
Yeah,
a
I
rumor
haven't.
going on?
I don't
Yeah,
think I've
so
seen him since like 2017. So
that's
I
a
was
good
just
point.
like,
I'm gonna harass him now and make him get in front of a
oh,
camera.
There we go.
get them on a calling all devs.
Yeah.
All right. So we can get to the interview sooner, I think let's push forward. Let's talk about some elements on Friday. Talk very quickly about a couple of other things, and we'll dive straight into the interview. So Pedro Camacho, Shadow, can you show us the Star Citizen live? And then perhaps Dr. Murray, do you want to tell us what your
Only
favorite
one I
part
closed.
in Star Citizen Live was?
Hold on. You had this link as don't show, and then I closed it because that's yours. You're going to blow right past it, and then that's the only one that I closed. Now I'm trying to find it.
Good.
Ah!
So I think it was a great show. It was really telling at the beginning of the show when he was having audio issues. Made us feel kind of vindicated at the Yacht Club because we often have audio issues and start a little bit late on our show. So that was the best part for me.
And
But
totally
Happens to
get that.
everybody.
he really is a talented guy. Hey, unbelievable what he does, and just
Yeah,
reminds
he's
me of
so passionate.
such a Canadian thing to say.
passionate.
No, he's such
No,
a talented
hey.
guy, eh?
Hey.
Oh, yeah. Well, he reminds me of a lot of the other composers and some of the community, some of the citizens in the community that we have that are also doing a lot of great work for
Like
a lot of
Mufasa,
the
who's
assets
in
that we
chat
have,
now.
like Mufasa. Yeah, exactly.
Oh.
So also, guys, Mufasa's coming out with an album. It's gonna be really cool. That's on space stuff.
Oboe,
Space Synths.
techno oboe. I think he
Techno
said.
Oboe is
Wow.
what it's called.
Techno
Yeah,
oboe. It sounds very cool.
Nice.
that's pretty cool. We'll update you later on that when we know more about it.
so-
We'll probably feature that.
For those of y'all who don't know Mufasa, he did the oboe solo for the Olisar area. So if you kind of remember the original Port Olisar music, he did the oboe solo for Pedro for that. One of our very talented community members.
That's awesome.
Yeah, really cool guy. And Mufasa has actually done an intro, some audio tracks for us and some transition tracks, but we have been bad in getting those
We have to
onto
create
the
a
show.
video intro.
Please correct it because nobody told me they were done, so I never even bothered to look.
Well,
That's
no,
what
the
happened.
audio's done. The video part isn't, so we're working
Nobody
on that.
told
But
me.
we'll get that going. But
It's
that's
on
our
the
bad.
list.
On the list.
But back to Pedro Camacho and Friday's Star Citizen Live. He was talking about his inspiration and the creation of the sound for Microtech. And I can say I have literally not left Microtech since 3.9 went to PTU. I've been to the moons a little bit, but mostly I'm on the planet and flying around, and that's all I do. And like I love the music at New Babbage and Microtech. It's amazing. How does everybody else feel about that? Like,
Yeah, it still gives me goosebumps, honestly.
Especially when you're coming in atmosphere.
Yeah.
You usually get lost in that whole aspect, hit a snowstorm and slam into the ground, but it's totally immersion, and I love it.
I don't miss the old combat music, the dun 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 dun, because every time you fire your guns, it would play, and so I would kind of troll myself by shooting randomly.
The first time I heard it when I took the tram to the spaceport, the drop in the song was like right as I came up those stairs and had that huge vista that looks out at Microtech, and I was just like, "Oh my gosh, this is so cool!"
Yeah, like
I need a towel.
I love that vista because it gives you that feeling of grandeur and beauty that we had when that first Port Olisar experience. And how do y'all feel about people losing that being the first experience, because it was so just it's an incredible first experience for every new citizen up to this last patch.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think it's still there, and I think as Star Citizen grows, you're going to find that. I mean, I think we're just naturally attached to Port Olisar because of the time we've spent there.
I'm
But
not.
as the universe continues to grow, I think that there'll be less of that. I think it was ultimately a good decision, though. I think for gameplay wise,
Oh,
the change was really good. I think it introduces a better first time experience of starting on the ground and then flying off to space and having that experience that's much like our own reality. We're planet side. And getting to experience liftoff and all of that. But
I miss the simplicity of Olisar, though. Like,
I do
just
too,
get
and
up
I-
and
and
go, and then you're in space. It doesn't take you 15 minutes to traverse.
well, unless you get pad rammed, yeah. But yeah,
Well, yeah.
It's like he knows.
That was definitely a downside there. Yeah, for the past I don't know, like 3 or 4 months, I've been using the mantra that like Port Olisar, a wretched hive of scum and villainy.
yeah. But just
No,
imagine when the universe is massively larger, and we'll still
Yeah.
go back there and like pour one out and be like, remember the days when we yeah,
Go back and ram somebody just for old times.
for old times' sake.
Take my Starfarer and just clean off an entire
Yeah.
platform. Yeah, that's pretty much true.
I hope that whoever is designing the new Port Olisar it keeps that kind of iconic design feeling for us
Yep,
us
I don't care.
older backwards.
You know how many rumors there are around Port Olisar, though? It's wild
my
how
God,
attached
yeah.
people
Oh my
are.
God!
I've heard
Three-
it's going to blow up. It's going to be
Yep.
attacked. It's being remodeled. It's going to move. I've heard
the Vandal, yeah, right.
Yep. They can blow it
Yeah.
away, and I don't care. As long as
I
they
never
put a picture of the wall on the wall of it. That's
I never understood. I never understood the whole "it's going to get blown up" thing. But I saw so many people say that before. Was it SitCon or anniversary? They were like,
Yeah, they
"It's
were
going to
saying that
get
before
blown up. They're
Manchester.
going to blow it up. I know
yeah.
it's going to get blown up." And I'm like,
It-
"You guys are high."
It started the patch before CitizenCon because of that whole
Manchester, yeah, 2949.
that whole
garbled
garbled message
communication.
that was coming through, and so of course people flying out flying into
It's
theory
just weird
crafting
it's
and
just weird what sticks when these guys throw all this shit
It
against the
does.
wall.
It does.
I
It's
never
crazy.
said that Port Olisar wasn't going to blow up.
Ah.
Neither
But I
confirmed
also
nor
never
denied.
said that it
let's
was going
just-
to blow
Let's just prod that one a little more.
So you're saying
no
submarine?
control. Right
Spectrum right now is exploding. You just don't even know it.
What I'm saying is, I never said it wasn't going to blow up, but I also never said that it was going to blow up. So I guess we'll just have to wait.
Yeah, we'll
Depends
just
on
have
which
to-
part people clip, right?
Yeah.
Bang.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they're literally going to make your word say it's blowing up.
The community
Half
will be
the
the
club.
community.
I might
It
say.
would not be the first time.
Electro Freak says
Oh.
half of Port Olisar is going to blow up. Confirmed.
And the other half is going to turn into a submarine.
The C&D shouting.
Submarine sandwich.
Well done. Well done. Yes. Submarine.
Moving right along.
Yeah, right?
Submarines are going to blow up Olisar. There we go.
All
All right, so
CBMs.
on Friday, well, we'll skip the roadmap. On Friday, what we got was the new status page.
Ah.
So let's show that one. Now, this is I really want to find out what the impetus behind this. Obviously, this is an effort to communicate with the community if there's any grander issues, if servers are down. Is that what it's about?
This is
Yeah,
how it should be.
You weren't actually around when all this was going on, Stim. Not Star Citizen last week, bro. So at
Every
when
great
3.9
MMO has this. That's so it
no,
should
I
be.
think this is another great new communication tool. That I guess the only thing I might ask Zyloh, and I don't know if you can or would answer. Was this specifically because of the situations with the issues with 3.9, or had this? I assume this
No.
was already in planning.
No, this has already been in planning for sure. That would be really impressive if they whipped it up that quick.
They just they whipped it up in a couple days.
The process of pushing it out was definitely expedited due to a lot of the issues that we were having with the initial launch. And I actually think that it was sent out by a lot of the support staff even prematurely because it wasn't live
Yeah,
yet.
yeah.
but people internally were using it because it was basically at a point where it was functioning and it was reliable. And then people internally were like, "Hey, here's this link, to the community," and which we were like, you know what, at this point, we think it's ready, and we turned it on and put the word out there, and it's definitely going to be a resource we use a lot going forward.
And it's gonna grow, right?
Say again?
It's gonna grow, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that this type of page is definitely standard, and I think that we're interested in doing things like integrating it into the launcher. And there's other ways that we can communicate status beyond a launcher or a page, like in-game alerts. I'm sure you guys have played a game where you've seen a countdown, like, hey, the server's coming down in 5 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, and that type of stuff is all something that's being worked on as well.
Very nice.
Yeah, I think that the best part of that was where Proxys was updating, like the awareness of things going on was I think more impactful even than just saying that there were server issues, because that's what the community is. It's like they're always running around Spectrum. I literally spent almost all of 3 days in all the different Spectrum chats and help desk and SE testing and concierge in general, just trying to help answer questions, and tell people, it's like, do a character reset, do this, like, this is what's going on, and just having that information for people to be able to refer to. It's like, and CIG knows, it's like CIG knows there's actually something going on. They're actually working on it. And
we're experimenting with how to communicate downtime and just also known issues more effectively. We were in a meeting just today. We have a player feedback meeting literally every day at 4:00, and one of the things that we're talking about is just the discoverability of some of the things that we put out there as far as messaging goes, because often we'll put word out there of, hey, this is a known issue, whether it's at the top of a patch notes or it's in the feedback section or whatever, but not everybody sees it or finds it. And so
or decides to read it.
Spectrum, a blurb in SE testers chat that somebody has to take a screenshot and spread around the other chats.
Right. I mean, if I had $1 for every time that somebody got frustrated with me and said, why aren't you communicating to us the workaround for this? And I had already posted it somewhere that they just didn't discover, then I'd buy a Legatus package. But the thing is I think that you may have seen in This Week in Star Citizen, Molly has started integrating
that was amazing,
the new patch update, and I think that one of the things we agreed upon today was that section is going to become a bit more robust. It won't be in there every week, but when we have updates, when people are, especially when there's known issues out there that are trying people, we want to talk about the workarounds and give status updates on them, but also we want to expand it into a feedback section. So one of the things that we hear a lot is that from players giving feedback that they don't know if their feedback is being heard or if it's going anywhere, if it's just going to a black hole. And so I think one of the things that we're trying to figure out now is it's all about the balancing act, is, how can we communicate that, yes, that feedback was so great that it's been converted into a Jira and dev is working on it.
Nice.
And that might be too specific. That's what we're kind of trying to massage right now and figure out, because if you confirm, like hard confirm, yes, your feedback was heard and it's being worked on, then at the same time, by doing that, you're also confirming all the feedback that wasn't accepted. And so it's about finding a way to just give high level updates of what we're doing based on that feedback.
Or they just expect you. They expect you when you say you confirm that it's going to be fixed immediately.
Well, that's the thing, and that's one of the reasons that section exists. And I think that while it's in This Week in Star Citizen now, we're really open right now to kind of experimenting on the best way to visualize all of this where it should be. But the goal is definitely to give the community more updates on those lingering issues or on where their feedback is going. So I think you guys will likely notice in the coming weeks and months changes.
Nice.
On the confirmed, are you referring more to the issue council when it hits 10 confirmations reproduction?
It's not just that. If you've seen on the
threads,
the feedback threads are obviously super robust. I mean, hundreds and hundreds of replies, and on top of that, there's few people are delivering feedback through the various surveys that go out from people like Bayor. And it's just, there's so much feedback that comes in and out. And I think one of the things that we have to do better is to illustrate like how meaningful that feedback is and what we do with it. And we do a lot with it. We have an entire department dedicated to it of feedback analysts. So I think we can do a better job of conveying that. And so that's what we're kind of working on now.
Yeah, I've been I'm telling people about that show that might have been last summer or last fall, where I think it was the last issue council feedback show, and Bear was featured, and he was talking about those feedback surveys that y'all do, and so I try to direct people to those feedback surveys a lot, and use them myself, and that was going to be one of our questions. Like, I know, how do y'all really find the important things in that, because the community will often get behind things that aren't necessarily immediately relevant, like where's salvage. So it's like
Yeah.
everything else gets better. It's like,
You
where's
can
salvage?
ask me.
Like,
By the way, you can ask me where salvage. Go ahead. Just go ahead and
well,
ask
no,
me.
I'm not like
I'll answer it.
No, he has an answer.
Well,
Let him answer. This will be
Now,
good.
now we have to.
well, actually,
How's salvage coming along,
I-
Zyloh?
if
Yeah.
we-
No, I'll just say that obviously, if you've seen the latest Calling All Dev thread, the top first question and second and third and fourth and fifth
Always.
and maybe the sixth was all about salvage. Understandably, I think the community has realized that they can brigade these, and we're not one to shy away. And so I don't want to obviously scoop anything, especially because there are people kind of exploring that right now. But I don't think we're going to shy away from giving an update on salvage, in the next Calling All
Nice.
Devs. So
Oh, really cool. Yeah, great.
well, and
Big
what
mechanic, because a lot of stuff blows up in SC. So,
Well, and
It's a great
what I
thing
keep
to
trying to
work.
reiterate to people is that there's dependencies that y'all can't get to the salvage until you have iCache and persistence. So you can't salvage components if the ship despawns and right
Yeah.
after it gets blown up.
yeah, I mean,
If
like
you
I
don't-
said, I think that what they'll talk about in Calling All Devs would be very informative and eye opening to it. And it's not
Oh,
this
great.
salvage has been deprioritized or blah blah blah, like it's gone, like it's not that at all. It's that there's literally like preliminary and prerequisite work, and like I said, I don't want to just ruin the episode now, but that they're working on that, putting that together, and I think that it'll give a nice update on what's going on with that. So you can look forward to
That'll finally
Nice.
put that
I,
freaking question to
say
bed.
no
I can-
more.
No,
I want to
Yeah.
guess.
Right.
Jordan, I
wanna
won't put
guess.
it to bed. It'll be in the
No,
next
no theory
Calling All
crafting.
Devs thread and the one
It'll just
after.
change how it looks. Yeah.
And that's okay. Like I said,
Anyway.
it all comes from a place of passion, and I love it.
I think
Well, yeah,
salvage
like,
needs
people are
the
saying-
whole ship's not exploding mechanic to be in before we can really get
That's
salvage working.
One of those, right?
In my opinion, but yeah,
We'll find out in the
I'll
next
I'll watch
Calling All
the
Devs.
Calling All Devs.
Yeah, that's exciting. But
I'll learn
yeah,
like everybody else.
like in my not actually asking where salvage is, but that those kinds of questions that bury like I don't want to say good questions, but good questions, like the things that are really kind of and more pertinent and haven't been answered, because I think
Not
I
every
like-
time you ask when can I use the hot tub in the 890 jump is going to be a pertinent question.
like where's my cargo?
Yeah, where's my cargo? That's a pertinent
Listen,
question.
you know
like-
how you mentioned that I'm like omnipotent and watching everything, and I'm calling this person out, but not by name, just so you get an idea of this. But there is a lot of people that are, one man's trash is another man's treasure, right? So one man's question is another person's, why are you wasting time on this question? And I actually got a notification on Discord while on this show.
Silly boat show.
Someone was just like, they've got Zyloh and they're asking about rock climbing equipment. What the heck? And so I replied to them while on the show, LOL. And so it's just like, but you know what? Somebody really cares about rock climbing.
Yes.
And just because
the number of people
someone
that
else
ask about
doesn't. Yeah,
Yeah.
It's the same
It's
with
a
ships, right?
massive
Some
passion
people hate
project.
certain ships. Some people love certain ships. That's the beauty
Yeah.
of the diversity of it all. Is that not everybody?
Yeah.
If everybody loved the same thing, that would be super lame, right? Everybody would be flying the same ship. Everybody would be wearing the same Hawaiian shirt. I mean, it is weird that everybody doesn't. Anyway,
It'd be
We-
like
we want to know what the rock
7.8
climbing meta is all
or-
about.
It'd be like 0.78 all over again. Everybody in the same ship.
exactly.
Nice.
The early days.
But
Uh,
yeah,
What
and-
are you flying? A Hornet. What are you flying? A Hornet. What are you flying? A Hornet.
Really? Mine's white. Well, mine's more of an off gray. No.
Yeah.
yeah,
Mine's a light
everybody
gray.
wants something different, and that's the beautiful thing about it, is that there literally is something for everybody, and like, it's such a diverse community. It's just it's exciting.
So getting onto feedback, I'm gonna just riff in with a couple of the interview questions that we had here.
But you skipped the roadmap.
We're going to skip the roadmap. We've been talking
you-
so much. We really need to dive into the interview part of the show.
It's up
We
to
should
you guys.
see
I'm
how the
down for
questions are
whatever.
lining up.
Whatever you
Questions
guys
are
want to
lining
do.
up
I'll be
in a
back.
big way.
Oh, we're
Okay,
gonna jump in
awesome.
the game here in a few minutes, and you're gonna show us everything that's in the next 3.10 release. Get it?
So despite saying we were going to grill you, we're trying to be pretty respectful, and we've put together some really good questions that we think will help get some communication out there about what's being done in terms of the feedback. So kind of moving on from the last one of the questions that we had was, how do you collect feedback? And so how does CIG hear the community? And I think you've answered a few of those, but how do you assess and prioritize that feedback? How do you triage it basically?
Yeah. Well, there's no short answer to this. Like I said, we have a dedicated team. Shout out to Bayor of Red. I don't know if he uses his real name out there, so I'm just going to call him Bayor, but everybody knows who that is. But yeah, we use a pretty heavy combination of qualitative and quantitative data, and we analyze through various meetings and triage sessions, including, I think I mentioned earlier, we have a daily player feedback meeting every day at 4 o'clock Austin time. We have regular internal reports. We even have something, and I don't know if we've ever talked about this publicly. It's something that we're actively kind of experimenting with right now, called the Star Citizen Health Dashboard, which a lot of the feedback that comes through both qualitative and quantitative kind of feeds into, and even starts to score different aspects or ships or gameplay elements, and so that we're able to monitor in real time how things are going. And that's a new thing. Obviously, we have a team of dedicated feedback analysts that are on the front line collecting data, whether it's from Spectrum, Twitch, Reddit, or from the surveys that get sent out, or even focus playtests. And again, huge shout out to Bayor, Wikipedia, Proxys, all the folks over there that are on the front lines. Really collecting that data. It's funny, we work so closely with them because on the community management side we collect data in a lot of different ways, and then we collaborate with Bayor, who's collecting a lot more of like the quantitative data through surveys and through gathering raw feedback and translating it into meaningful data. And then the combination of it all, the amalgamation of it ends up in these regular meetings where we end up with a long list of here's how the players are feeling and here's what they're talking about. So from there, and that's only the first step, like you said, is prioritizing and then figuring out, well, what should be worked on. And there's no easy answer for that.
Sure.
It comes down to finding that middle ground between, what matters to the community, what matters to the players, but also obviously leveraging, we have seasoned professionals and people that have designed games for many decades, leveraging that experience, because sometimes what the community might, feel that they need right now necessarily isn't great for them in the long run, right? A lot of times it's about that immediate, like, I want to feel satiated right now. But a lot of times they're absolutely right. The community wants something to feel better, and they're on point. We realize through that data, like, yeah, they are on point here. This isn't right. And so it's just about
This isn't right.
it's about massaging that data and just having like meaningful discussions about what we're going to do. And then again, there's just so many layers to this, right? It's like an onion, because then it's like once you have the list of feedback, it's about not only what we want to do, but weighing it against current priorities, current resources, right? Everything has a cost as far as time goes. It's like, okay, well, Joran wants Hawaiian shirts and he wants them now, and all these people are backing him up. But
Right, meow.
if we switch to Hawaiian shirts, then that means that the rock climbing suit that the character team was already working on is going to have to, lose some progress so that they can shift to the Hawaiian shirt to make that. You know what I mean? It's like, so there's that constant push and pull, and that's where production gets involved, and that's where we have a lot of brilliant people, way more brilliant than I am, that manage this, and it's a crazy complicated pipeline, and I can't stress enough like how appreciative I am of our production staff. We have a guy who goes by the name of Mac. I'm just gonna call him that for short, so I don't know if he wants his full name out there, but he's super on top of this stuff. Bayor as well, and it's wild. I think I've said this many times in previous interviews, and I'm rambling now. Apologies, my monologue.
We love when you ramble.
It's
No, Jordan does this all the time. It's actually nice to hear a different voice. So
it's it's so wild, just like how much of an impact feedback makes here, but it's also so wild how like rewarding it is and how unique it is. And I mean, I know that you guys have been around for a while, right, with this project, and so you've heard devs talk about it. Just the beauty of being able to have that back and forth with the player base while you're working on something. I mean, hearing the stories of Josh Coons when he worked on the Cutlass Black, and how some people had found his art station and found his personal email address and emailed him like a bunch of feedback. And I always try to let the devs know, like, there's a huge picture, so don't just go off of like one email you get, right? It may have incredible feedback, but you got to look at the full picture. But he was so into it. He was just like back and forth, back and forth. I didn't find out, so he was like, yeah, we're like 50 emails deep, and I'm questioning these doors. I'm like, Josh, hold on, stop for a second, send me this feedback,
Yeah.
and we'll weigh it against everything we have as well, because that's what it's all about. It's you can't make everyone
Yeah.
happy, and we try our best using the experience we have, the expertise we have on the team, in conjunction with what people are saying, and we hopefully land in a pretty good place.
And not just the loudest voices, but the consensus of the broadest range of the community and what will make them the most people happy. And you guys are in the difficult position of making that decision that, okay, well, this is going to make a lot of people happy, but some people are going to be unhappy.
Right. I don't think there's ever a decision we'll make where everybody is happy. I think
Oh, come
I
on.
watched
There's only
a
2 million
stream
people to
today.
impress.
I watched a stream today. I often go to the streams that have like 0 viewers or 1 viewers, and frequently I try to look for the ones that say like first time playing Star Citizen, but that to me is like the purest form of joy for me. Like for the player, it's taking off and experiencing new Babbage. For me, it's watching someone do that. Because a lot of times, obviously, things are spoiled early on, being internal, and so getting to see someone experience it for the first time, it's like I live vicariously through that. And I saw 2 people today that were playing together who had never played Star Citizen before, and one of them said, and this stuck with me, one of them was just like, "Oh my god, that ship is so ugly," and the friend was like, "It is. I love it." And the first one, "What do you mean you love it?" "No, it's ugly." And he's like, "Yeah, but it's so ugly that I love it." "You don't?" And he's like, "No, I don't. I think it's hideous." And they just went back and forth, and I was just like, I love that.
Were they talking
And
Were they
I
talking
wanna say
about the
something on
Herald?
that point because that's actually why I started streaming. I got the opportunity to play, the few. Otterpop jumped on his stream, and I hadn't really been playing a whole lot. I've been really busy, and then I jumped in with her, and she was a brand new player, played for the first time. The experience of 3 hours of that was the reason why I started streaming, because now that's actually what I want to do, is try and bring a lot of new players in and just feel that, because it's like, I've been following it almost from day one, and it's like, this is so cool, like feelings, because then they're seeing things in ways that I never thought I would see, and that is awesome. So that's great that you're picking up on that, because that's beautiful.
Yeah, so many people in the community that have been around for so long have forgotten about the
far
sheer
we've come.
joy, well, and just the sheer joy and beauty of it, and they're so wrapped up in wanting things that are down the road, and they're not enjoying what we have, and what we have is amazing and beautiful and immersive.
I agree
And
with you, but I also want to say that while I think we have something that's really playable as far as like the amount of content that there is, we definitely still need to clean it up. I think that you guys have probably seen since 3.7, that's been a big push, is that playability and the quality of life.
The quality of life, yeah.
It's super important right now.
Well, you're always going to do that. You're going to push the envelope, and then you're going to have to build the quality. Like push the envelope, but that's development 101.
Yeah, we had that conversation with the community a lot, because there's people that like all they see are problems, and we have to lay this out. Look at the big picture, and 3.7 was 3.7.2 was the best patch we have ever had. From the amount of content, the stability, how well everything was working, crash relogging, and it was amazing. And then so we get another patch for 3.8, and then SSOCS was that holy grail, and everybody's talking about. And then we have so much desync, and people were having issues, and a lot of people didn't even realize that was actually the physics refactor and the multi-core threading. And that came out in one of the shows, and so we're trying to get that information out there. And it's like, look, there's speed and there's stability, and that's such a difficult tightrope for y'all to walk. That's like, everybody wants more things faster. We want more things faster, but we want to be able to play it and enjoy it now. And every 3 months or there's going to be challenges because not everything works out perfectly in
Right,
game
right.
development.
Yeah,
And so
it's
3.8 was
alpha
rough,
at the end of the day,
3.9's
but
been hell.
yeah, I mean it's alpha at the end of the day, but having it playable, especially more than it has been in some scenarios, is very important to us. By the way,
Yeah.
is it taboo to answer questions from the chat and Twitch?
No,
You can do whatever the hell you want.
This,
This is
we're-
called a bar
We're-
citizen.
grab-
You
yeah,
can do
we
whatever the hell
we
you
hang out and
want.
chat with
As long as you're buying drinks.
we're here for the people in the community. I mean,
Cool.
this is why we do it.
I want to answer Lunar Songs. They asked in terms of new player experience. There's degrees of previous experience. You guys working on a tutorial mode to teach people the basics of flying, so that they can enjoy the verse. For some of you, you guys may remember we had that in game. The problem with having an in-game tutorial
Do an
is just that
actual roll.
it's yeah, yeah. Oh man, memories. The problem with that though is that as the game continues to change drastically every single patch, it means that every single patch that time has to be dedicated to updating the tutorial. And right now we're trying to focus fully on progressing the game itself. So as far as an in-game tutorial goes, there's ways that we can obviously focus on that via better and more intuitive tooltips and whatnot, which you may have seen an improvement with, but an in-game tutorial probably later down the line. What you may have seen, though, is that we've tried to take it platform side. So I don't know if you guys have actually played around with the guide system at all, but that was kind of our first iteration of leveraging some of the veteran pilots out there to help with newer pilots, and that was really just the beginning. Long term, I think that's a system that will have integrated both in the launcher and in game. We're currently working on an incentive program that's tied to it as well, so that guide systems can go through. Sorry, so the guides rather can go through a certain level of progression. Think
Nice.
about like when you help somebody new, and at the end they can give you like a thumbs up or rate you, so to speak, and then you can even potentially unlock things. I think the first wave is
I'll
we're
give
going to
away
give them.
ships to the highest, the most
Yeah.
active guides, I
And we're
think.
gonna do that
I
again
think-
very soon. Actually, people don't realize we're still monitoring the data, and there's a few people that are heroes out there that are literally on that guide system every day, helping new players.
I get
It's really cool.
I get guide requests every day, but it's usually at night while I'm sleeping, and they're. I've
Well, when
I've
you go
actually
to
answered
sleep,
a couple of them.
you're supposed to make yourself not available anymore.
Fixed.
Yes.
Mr. Expert Evocati.
All right. Right.
Well, and also y'all put out that call for the community to create some new player videos for 3.9, which I thought that was great to encourage more people. Because the first thing I tell every new player when I find them in the verse or in the discords or anywhere is like, go watch Board Gamer's new player guide. And now Captain Burks has one. I think there's like 2 or 3 different ones. And it's the first
I
thing,
just watched all of them. So what we're planning on doing is, I don't know if you guys are familiar with the term. I don't know if we call it that publicly, but if you go to playstarcitizen.com, it's a new URL. It takes you to the Welcome Hub. And the Welcome Hub basically has 3 sections. It's play, watch, read, trying to cater to all the different senses and how people like to learn. And so the play obviously is the guide system. The watch is tutorials, and the read is our knowledge base. And so we just went through and updated the pinned posts for the knowledge base, so they're relevant for 3.9. The watch
Nice.
section, we just took all the videos down temporarily, and that is because we also put a call out. We've realized that the community is incredible at making tutorials, and so instead of trying to reinvent the wheel, we'd love to just spotlight some of the work that's already being done out there. And so
Nice.
that was great.
actually, I think right now we're aiming for this Friday to repopulate that with community tutorials. I think
Nice.
Ulf and our Frankfurt office, as of today, reached out to a bunch of tutorial makers and just to kind of, and I think what we're going to do is we're going to rotate them out regularly, obviously quarterly, because what is this video? This is the Austin video. Austin
Yes, I love this video. This is one of my favorite Star Citizen videos. This tickled me so well, and I thought it was a great backdrop for what you were talking about.
This whole series was great. I love this whole series on each of the studios, and then on Cloud Imperium Games overall. It's a great series.
Yeah, no, I liked it a lot too. And it really, if you watch them all, you see what I'm talking about with the Austin studio. Those
I know.
vibes. It's
I love it.
that, man. I think I'm delayed, obviously. I just saw Brian Chambers, and I absolutely love that man.
You can't help it.
But yeah. So anyways, guide
He's got
system.
such a great
It's-
great demeanor.
V2 of the guide system is coming pretty soon, actually, and I'm super excited about it. I think that the first rollout is going to have incentivization through like Spectrum badges, so you can be able to like show your guide rank on Spectrum, and then we'll eventually grow that and give some some really cool stuff. Maybe even like ships away, like automatically you reach certain ranks, similar to like the referral ladder.
Nice.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, and reward the players that are doing the right and great things, and a lot of really hard work. I mean, you see some of the content that comes out, and you're just like, man, how long did that take to make? It's like they're not even getting paid for it; they're just doing it because they love it, and that is what drives me because I love seeing that.
made an updated one for every single patch for like the past year or more, and he's the first one I refer people to because he's easy to find, and he always has one out there that's up to date. And like as soon as I see a new player, it's like before you do anything else, go watch this video,
Yeah.
like immediately.
I like to show
Immediately.
people around.
Yeah, and
Prefer
that's
the more
I would agree with that
hands-on
too.
approach.
Yeah, I love actually coming because there's like I said because I've done this with a couple new players too. Is just going through and walking through with them for the very first time and they're like, wait, does that work? That button work? Yeah, you can actually push that button right there on that console. You can, and they're like, whoa, that's really cool, you know. And then they're like, wait, what if there's like multiple buttons? And you're like, we just scroll down and you get that oh, you know, and it's just like playing a game for the whole first time again, and I just love it. So I can never be
By
a
the way,
guide because I'm a little brash, but
and mostly
cheers to the
drunk.
ones that are.
No drinking in guide system.
What? Like I said, I would never qualify.
So Shauzen says, are they going to make a category for piracy guides? Yeah, it's kind of right now. You can choose miscellaneous, and then you can put in the description, you want to learn the dark side, come with me. And I think there's a handful of people that are actively doing that. Which is cool. There's an org, and I don't want to put anyone on blast, but there's an org that actually formed from the guide system. It started with a veteran player and a new player, and it was through miscellaneous pirate teachings, and now they have a pretty cool pirate organization together.
Are y'all going to put a call out to kind of categorize tutorials from the community? Because I know that the ones that y'all made were kind of short segments. And one of the I think one of the drawbacks of the last one that Board made for 3.9 was that he was trying to cram so much information into 22 minutes that he was going kind of fast. And I talked to some people, it's like he was going a little too fast for him, trying to get so much in there, because there is so much on so many different areas, and like flight, like quantum travel.
There's so many topics. It's like
cargo of all these different things.
No, I mean there's so many different topics that you could do a tutorial on. It's hard to refine it down to something that again isn't too overwhelming, because if someone clicks on the watch section and they see 30 tutorials, they're probably not going to select one of them because they're like, I don't have time for this. I think what we'll probably do, so we just made 2 new tutorials internally. They haven't been released yet. One of them walks you through signing up. And you might be thinking, well, there's already a tutorial for signing up on the website. But we haven't talked about this publicly yet because it's not that exciting to most. But with 3.9.1, we're going to introduce a new sign-up flow. Right now, if you sign up for a new account, it's very overwhelming. You have to choose like 3 different usernames, like handle, moniker, username, and there's just a lot of questions that really aren't necessary. And so what we've done is we've created something that's more simplified. And it's much shorter to sign up, and then if you want to add additional stuff, you can visit your account settings later. So that new user interface will come online very soon. And so we're going to put it. We've made a tutorial internally for that one, obviously, because we want to roll that out when that change happens. And we've also created a second tutorial which talks you through the guide system and how to use it. So that'll be the last tutorial on the list. So the first one is the sign up, the last one is the guide tutorial, and everything in the middle is going to be community created. And
nice.
I think for the initial rollout, we're just going to kind of do a grab bag of 4 or 5 of the ones out there that we felt were really good. But the goal is not to be fully comprehensive. Like there might not be a mining tutorial on the Welcome Hub, but there might be next week, or there might be in a month. Depends on what people are making and whatnot. And of course, I think we might do some fun contests as well, so we can do some giveaways. Like we've done this before. We did an Arena Commander Star Marine tutorial contest, and the winner got ships like in all of our contests. But so yeah, there'll be some direction with them, but ultimately
the greatest thing I've done recently was with 3.8 when you guys changed the carrot from having the opening to the button opening. is finding all the people
Ugh.
standing around their carracks looking for the button to open their ship.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's like a rite of passage for
Yes.
I
working.
know.
No, like
That's
every
totally
time
true.
when a QA tester gets hired, you pick like 4 or 5 ships, and then you say get inside of it, and then you just sit
Right.
back and enjoy the show. And it's like,
Like the hammerhead's the hard one to find the doors on.
yeah, absolutely.
What about the Merlin? Or
Yeah.
The Merlin's
I think
easy.
it was the
Oh, the Merlin's easy. You'll just point to the cockpit. And it's eventually there.
what was the ship? This is an old one. Was it Connie? I can't remember, but it was one that has like a tiny little red button on
It
one
was
of the back
the
landing gear.
Cutlass. It was
Was
the
it the
Cutlass.
Cutlass? Yeah,
Oh,
and
yeah.
that one was
'Cause
always
it had
really
it had
pretty.
the little button on the front landing gear for the front ladder too.
Yeah,
oh my goodness.
love it.
Or the Gladiator. The Gladiator, you couldn't tell because of the cutout on the bottom. It wasn't really cut out. It was just like barely a thin little line. You couldn't tell that the seat came down instead of, that one
Yeah,
was a
yeah.
little weird for me. How do I get in? It's especially fun when you're getting shot at by Polaris guns, but anyway. That's the excitement.
There've been many times ship's been new to the hangar and I go in there and I couldn't figure out how to get into it for the first 5 minutes. Be like, how do you get into this thing? And find the
At least we
button
all
sooner or later.
they're mostly which I'm actually surprised because they're mostly American ships. You get in on the left side. Your comment on that? That must the ship designs came from. Oh, that's right. I guess that would be mostly Austin in that case.
We do constantly debate about who used the word earlier? The Britishization? What did you say?
Britishisation. Yeah, it was a terrible word.
Instead of Britishism.
Britishism. Yeah. There's a lot of debate with that. Obviously, having such a big studio in the UK and then the headquarters in LA, it's always
the two
does
taps.
Gray have an E or an A? Is theaters RE or ER?
All I know is that the 2 taps in the ships with them. You can tell when they've been made in England because they have the hot and the cold
Yeah.
tap.
Yeah, that is an excellent point.
Like, I wonder which team did this ship. Oh, it was the Brits.
All right, we have a ton of questions lining up here, so I want to go straight to one of our Patreon questions. So this one comes from Mr. Ali Fu, who asks, did you ever pay streamers to play Star Citizen in their streams? And if the answer is no, are you planning to in the future?
That's a very personal business question. No, we haven't. No, we haven't. I'm like, should I just skip this one and not answer it? But I guess not. No, it's fine. I don't.
Yeah.
No, we haven't though. We haven't at all. You may be familiar with the fact that we kind of haven't really spent much money on traditional marketing. There's no ads. There's no commercials. None of that stuff, and we haven't. We have not paid any streamers to play. No, obviously you guys may have remembered we've flown out some content creators to events like Gamescom and CitizenCon, but no, we have such a passionate community that they're
I think that's one of the little things that circulates around as a myth around the community that I think people are kind of jealous of the big streamers. It's like, oh, they get free stuff and they get this and and all that, and it's like I think
we definitely do some stuff, but it's not like paying them. No, but we definitely support our content creators in a number of ways. Whether it be a free fly or contributing ships to give away, which I've done on many streams, as you guys have seen,
including ours,
including yours. Yeah, I think that's just kind of standard in the industry, though, is to support your content creators because they're out there, making awesome content that not only draws people in, but just makes the whole experience of being a part of that community better. Just because it's fun to nerd out with people, and when you have somebody who's making, an awesome, commercial like Haskaha, like that type of stuff, you can look at it from the perspective of it's like, yeah, they're making a commercial for us. That's great. But for me in community management, it's like that stuff just layers on to what our community is all about, that creative, passionate energy, and it just immerses you in being a part of it all.
And in essence, really, the community is really your marketing and force. And
it's true.
It's out there streaming and making content and beautiful photographs and showing how amazing Star Citizen is. We're all very passionate about how in some ways, like in selling this project to other people, and like just in convincing other people that's like this is an amazing experience that you cannot find anywhere else. You need to buy spaceships.
No, I mean, a lot of our success is definitely attributed to word of mouth and towards people, really seeing what Chris is trying to do and what the team is dedicated to pulling off, and that's definitely a huge part of it. And so we support content creators in a number of ways, and that doesn't just mean streamers. I think that a lot of the times people single out streamers as well. They're streamer privileges, but there's a you see things that streamers may be a part of, that we're collaborating with because they're streaming, right? So that's a visual thing that you can see. But we're working with a lot of other people too, as far as people doing art and paint and more craft based content. It's just that you see the streamers because they're live talking about things.
And I think that kind of goes as I've started streaming and looked into streaming more. I think that goes to people not really understanding. It's like every one of those big successful streamers that has 200 or 300 people watching them every night, they started as the same as everybody else. They had 1 or 2 people, and they were just passionate about it, and they developed a passion and a brand and a following, and they became successful, and that's something that they bring to the project, and they're marketing it better than others, and like it's sometimes like not everybody is going to be a pro basketball player. It's like,
I think there's a lot of gaming companies out there that are very transparent with working with content creators. They put on their website, you must have this many subscribers and this many views in order to be a part of our program, and blah blah blah. For me, I look at it through a bit of a different lens, and we've done a lot of collaboration with much smaller content creators in the past, and I always call our content creator collaborations really community centric, because for me it's just really about the health of the community and what everybody's doing and celebrating and spotlighting and highlighting the stuff that people are putting together. And so there are definitely smaller content creators that aren't getting a lot of attention, that it's well, another company might just pass on collaborating with them because it's like, well, it's not mutually beneficial, we're not getting very much exposure because their audience is small. Whereas I would look at it as, man, that person's brand is on point. This person just hasn't been discovered yet. How can we amplify what they're doing? Because that's just so cool. And I want to share it with people like Joran, who I know will nerd out about it if they just see this guy and what they're doing, or this girl or whatever, right? And so for people like that, we're still willing to collaborate with, just to try and help them have a platform so more people can see like the cool crap that they're doing.
So moving on to the next question, Starlet asks via Twitch, how can backers help CIG progress Star Citizen? And of course, feel like they're being heard.
Yeah. Well, feel like you're being heard, I think, goes back to what we were talking about earlier, which is important to us too. And we're exploring how to ensure that people that are providing things like feedback do feel like they're being heard. So more on that soon. What can you do to help? There's so many ways. It's not just about pledging and getting a ship. It's Joran gave a perfect example earlier. He was hanging out on the help desk channel answering questions. That's a huge help. Submitting bugs to the issue council. That's a huge help. Playing on the PTU. It's a huge help, right? The concurrency. I mean, there's so many ways. Just being present, just being kind, not just to us but to each other. And for me, it's like my biggest goal is for this community to feel like it's a place where a bunch of space nerds can just come and be themselves and nerd out about living amongst the stars in the best way they can. And it's just by being a part of it, you're helping, because you're one more person that's making that community more tangible, more real. So
yeah, that's I said in chat earlier, this is why I'm here and why a lot of us are here, and one of the backbones to the Yacht Club is just Star Citizen is so inclusive. One of the things we love doing is rating those people that they're streaming it for the first time, or they've got 2 or 3 people watching their channel. That's probably their mom and their best friend, and we get in there, we get to see that they're just loving the game. We get to help them out, bring them into the verse, and we know so many streamers and so many great people that just from talking and having seeing what their first time of either playing or asking questions about the verse, they just feel so accepted and connected and feel like they found their people. And
Yeah,
that's
no,
just great.
absolutely. It's one of the things that inspired us doing the guide system. I'm sure you guys have been on Reddit when you've seen a post that's like, "Here's my first experience," and they write a story about their first adventure
Yeah,
and how,
those are
how
awesome.
amazing it was. 90% of the time, if you read it, you know what you're going to find is you're going to find a pattern is that new player ran into a veteran player who took them on an adventure, and
Nice.
that's we all game a lot, and to me, it's crazy that I can say this is unique, but it feels unique to the Star Citizen community. It's so welcoming, and I love it.
I don't
Yeah,
know. I kind of felt that way in WoW when I first started. I found a veteran player and they showed me around.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean that's awesome when that happens.
I think
Yeah.
people
Yeah.
do that different in
I used to
different games.
Sure,
I
but
used to
it's
do it a
not
lot
nearly
more
as
in
common.
They definitely do, but when you join a Star Citizen server, and of course we've all
WoW.
seen the asshats out there being asshats, but most of the time you see someone like, how do I do this? And I play the game a lot, and I frequently see people that are just like, oh, where are you? I'll come pick you up. I'll help you. Blah blah blah. And it's so prevalent. You're right. I mean, it
Yeah.
definitely happens in other games, right? We're not completely unique, but I'd say that like the frequency of it is pretty special in Star
I,
Citizen.
I see new players saying that all the time in game and in the discords is like that this is the most welcoming, helpful, friendly community out there.
Yeah.
And
Oh, easily, hands down.
yeah,
Like
it's
I
Yeah.
was I was
the best.
really active with newbies when Joran every day I would be on and I would find the new player.
You're cutting in and out a bit.
You're cutting in and out, Doug.
I'm not standing close enough to my microphone again. But no, I was helping out newbies a lot back then, and I don't help them as much right now. But that's because I don't play as often.
Yeah. Well, that's fair.
Well, it's
You know,
okay. There's a lot of people who have stepped in your place. I mean, and that's
Yeah.
what that again. What it goes back to that community element. It's just it grows itself when it's that.
Right.
And
By the way,
it's
sorry
addictive
for
and
saying
just- yeah.
sorry for saying asshat on stream. By the way, I should
No,
just
you can
call
say
it
ass out all day. You should
I
see
know,
Jordan
but-
when he says "fuck that question." It's totally okay. Don't worry about it.
I don't like using code words, and I said asshat. I should have just said I should have called Captain Richard by his name. I don't know why.
Oh. See, this is
Shots
a
fired.
bar. I mean, just pretty soon we'll start throwing chairs and it'll get normal, and you'll feel right at home.
Because that's one of my favorite words to call these people. Like not Captain Richard. Just like,
He knows I'm kidding.
Speaking about good friends, we
Of
have
course.
Solar Mute, who via the website asks, putting your careers and business aspects aside, Zyloh, speaking just as a gamer, what do you love about video games?
I think it's all about the escapism for me. I think that we deal with a lot of difficult things in real life right now more than ever, and I think that video games video games bring a lot of like-minded individuals into one place, which is why I'm always drawn to MMOs and online games. I think that through Star Citizen, I've met so many people that are interested in like the same things that I do, and through that, I've created a lot of friendships. And honestly, without gaming, I don't know how many friends I'd really have, because I've always just really been into that. I've always had a vivid imagination, like many of us do as gamers, and so being able to live that with people that are on the same page is like super comforting and cool. And yeah, so the Joran, the Twitter quiz I did. I'm a socializer, and so for me, gaming is about bringing people together.
Nice. And that's Solar Mute on the screen right now in his armor.
I just took it off. Yeah.
Cosplay armor.
Yes.
We have another question from Astrojack, and if you recognize these names, Solar Mute and Astrojack are both cosplayers that really love the Star Citizen verse and really get into it, and have been
Happen to
at
have
the last two.
Astrojack as well.
Oh, nice. So Astrojack is asking, and of course you can clearly avoid the question or refuse it or whatever. Just go ahead and tell us. But as far as cosplay is concerned, even though we don't have an in-person CitizenCon coming, is there going to be any kind of cosplay element? And his question is, would there potentially be the opportunity to send in, a short video for judging or some kind of opportunity there?
I would just say that just hang tight, because there's some things I don't want to talk about quite yet in relation to this. But it's definitely not a bad idea to keep, working on your cosplay. Um, we don't currently have a cosplay contest planned for October 10th. But the cosplay contest as a whole is super important to some people on my team, and so they've already been kind of poking me with the same type of questions. And so I think that if anything, you've just compounded it and made me tomorrow. I'm going to literally wake up and say, "Good morning, everybody," and they're going to say, "Hey, did you hear the cosplay question?" So yes, I did hear it. I was on the show, Molly.
I was there. I said it.
I thought the cosplay contest was great last year. I thought Molly did an incredible job hosting it, and the cosplay that people made blew my mind. And so, if anything, with this extended period, hopefully people are going to go even bigger and better than last year. So,
Nice. The Free Fly event that's upcoming, Captain Richard is wanting to know if you can tell us any tidbits or details about what's coming up for us. The term was epic in the post.
Yeah. I think that there's going to be more information shared on Friday, and then there's going to be even more information shared on Monday. And
Okay,
so
excellent.
look out for both of those days. Should give you a lot more information. And hold on one second, I have got to close my email because it is like blowing up right now.
Yeah, anyone that's sending me messages, I'm completely ignoring them. I'm sorry, I cannot handle it. I'm trying to do everything
Same.
right now. Suck it.
Mine's making noises, so I'm just going to close it. There we go. Sorry about.
I just saw my list of messages.
I've been keeping up with mine.
Watching the stream now.
But yeah, I'm super excited about the Free Fly. Super excited about Invictus Launch Week, Fleet Week for short, and I think that it's gonna make a lot of people super stoked. They're gonna have a great time, and it's
Nice.
gonna be good.
Right on.
Thanks for the raid, Scuba Steve.
Hey, thanks, Scuba Steve.
All one.
Dad Lando, aka Kingfish, aka Commodore, asks, are you able to comment at all on Star Citizen organizations becoming part of the game itself? And more importantly, what is your opinion on what will make a successful organization?
Is that really? That was from Dad Lando?
Yep.
He hasn't tied up his son and like tortured him for all these answers already?
He probably has.
I think it's the distancing thing that's keeping him.
So Lando's safe for now, so he's going to other avenues. I see. Yeah, so the org thing is obviously still on the radar. The change with the new unified friends list and the new front end on
Which I love.
Yeah, me too. Well, it's we're just scraping the surface. Is that the saying? Did I just make that up? No, that's
close
right.
enough.
It's a
Something
thing.
like
I'll
that.
get you a shot. You could say it 3 different ways later.
Oh no, maybe I should have said I was drinking alcohol. It's just root beer though. But yeah, so that was kind of the first of a much bigger initiative, which is just to improve the overall social experience. And I think that while that started with unified friends list and kind of improving some of the usability of grouping, I think that in patches to come, you're going to see that continue to evolve in a variety of different ways, as in not just in game as well, but making Spectrum more robust and more integrated into the game, which naturally will evolve into having orgs in game as well, and a number of other social features. Just being able to talk, from Spectrum on the platform, and people in game can hear you if you're in a group, and having just that more global connectivity and having VoIP work in things
and
like
giant
Star Marine
parties like
Commander and
this.
Yeah. So I guess I'm rambling, but for orgs, yes, that's definitely going to be a thing, and I'm confident it'll be cool. And I don't actually have the details for exactly what the first implementation will look like, but I know that people like Benoit at Turbulent is working with people like Rob Reiniger and Austin and others on the design team to flesh that out, and that there's active discussions right now.
Excellent. We've had a few people ask a consolidated question. What we've done is we've taken the liberty to consolidate some of the questions that have come in so that we can make sure that we're taking out duplicates and presenting them. So some of these might not have a specific individual added to them, but there was a couple of community members added this one, and I also know that the Astropub is curious to find out. He might not be watching right now, but he's curious to find out when or if rather player characters will be able to bartend, whether that's in stations, etc. But more importantly, on their 890 jumps or on their luxury and touring vessels.
Yeah. Well,
Astro doesn't even have one.
you are the person who, at the beginning of this, who actually informed everybody of the rules about when questions. So so shame
I know
on
I'm
you.
bad.
No,
So that's why I kind of
Should I drag his ass out back and beat the shit out of him? Because we could do
no,
that.
no. Body dragging isn't in this patch. So basically,
Yeah. Wasn't it supposed to be in 4.0 though?
yeah. What the hell, Sig?
It was. We're gonna have to wait for 4.0.
I'm pretty sure we
I
can get body dragging.
I honestly, I won't touch the when thing now, but yeah, I mean the bars on the Phoenix and the 890 jump aren't meant to just be something you walk in and look at, and it was never the intention for that to be the case. And so it's honestly just a matter of priority. And so
Are we gonna get Mr. Refinement's cabinet of liquors fixed?
I actually didn't know it was bugged. I can't keep track of them all.
Yeah,
It doesn't work anymore, and we need to be able to put it on our ships.
Everybody has their personal issues, but more importantly, when are we going to have a beer besides schmaltz?
When am I going
Well,
to be able
there's
to
beer-
get drunk on
there's-
Ragast?
There is indeed pints of
Radagast.
beer. If you go to Area
Whatever.
18 right now, you can pick up the pints of beer on the tables. And who knows what type of beer it is? Maybe it's Hefeweizen. Just pretend.
Well, why would you
Just
pick up
pretend.
random beer? You're trying to train us to do bad things. Nobody go to a bar and just pick up a random beer and drink it.
Right?
Yep.
But
It's a good way to wake up with a
Yeah,
sore butt.
I'm super looking forward to draft beer, but it's like there's like 30 different kinds of liquor because I've got the 600. It's got a bar, and there's like 30 different kinds of liquor, and the 890, and there's 30 different kinds of liquor, and there's like 30 bottles of schmaltz beer.
Yeah, let's focus on feature.
Hey,
complete
have you
rather
had
than
schmaltz
content
before?
complete.
Have you tasted
Yeah,
the
you don't
schmaltz?
know.
You never know.
There's a
It might-
reason.
It might taste like
Maybe it's
pumpkin
from a-
spice, and you don't even know.
It's the only pumpkin beer that survived. And no, I'm not going to make it worse. No, I'm
Schmaltz
kidding.
pumpkin
The
beer.
schmaltzening.
That would make it
Pumpkin
fine if we
seeds
just
will probably
write pumpkin on the beer.
In all seriousness,
Went off
though,
on a tangent.
just to circle back, I actually attend regularly the Astropub's in-game events where he
Nice.
plays the bartender. I'm also a huge advocate of the whole roleplay community,
Nice.
and just role-playing in general. And so I am all about that. And I'm also a huge internal advocate with dev as well for things that involve immersing yourselves into a role on the social side. I'm always the one internally who's championing, let me flip a coin or play with the Rubik's Cube while I'm in Quantum Drive. I'm the person who wants everything to be interactive, and it's definitely the plan is to have things be interactive. So,
Cool.
and I can't wait until the day comes when I can watch Paul Shelley mix me a drink at Wally's bar. I think it'll be lovely.
Nice.
Mystic Star says there's also Liberty Lake beer, and I remember this as well.
Yes.
It's true.
Yeah.
That
Liberty
is
Lake.
too-
Liberty Lake when you need a tall, refreshing glass.
she's gonna be my bartender on the 890.
Well, see, the photographer or the bartender? You gotta.
She's
Yeah,
both.
right.
She likes taking
both.
pictures.
Can you be the official both though?
Well,
We can ban Cracklin in chat. Cracklin
Okay.
is a troublemaker. Just permaban him.
What's his username? I'll ban him. I don't care.
yeah, watch out for
Cracklin. I don't. Is it Cracklin? Oh my god, I've been calling you
I think
Cracklin
it's
for years.
Craiglin.
I think it's Cracklin, but I call him Cracklin too.
I was gonna say, have you caught a stream? You stream sniped him the other night. That was his streams are amazing. It's like the most beautiful cinematic flying with just the best soundtracks.
Wait a minute. What are you doing, Craiglin? Are you paying Joran to talk about your stream? You're not offering extra referral points or anything, are you?
Oh, yeah, he is. How do you think Jordan hit Wing Commander? Jeez, come on.
Oh, look at that. I got Craiglin and Knight Rider both here. We got the whole moderation team here.
Knight Rider watches all the time. He's a big fan.
Check it out too.
Quiet,
All right,
but
we
he's
have
a big
next
fan.
question. Next question. Starship Captain Nemo, one of our longest members, who gets up every morning.
Are you saying he's tall?
Who gets up every
He is
morning
pretty tall, actually.
in Europe to watch our show every Wednesday. It's an awesome member.
4 a.m.
Yeah.
So, does CIG have plans to bring back community engagement streams like Reverse the Verse that connect with devs more closely?
Yeah, it's definitely not out of the question. I think if there's anything you guys have noticed from our video content is that the only constant is change. We're constantly experimenting with stuff and mixing it up, right? And some stuff works and some stuff doesn't. And ultimately, it's a better question for people on the video team, like Lando. But I definitely think that's not out of the question. And there's still a bevy of show ideas that are bounced around regularly. And yeah.
Awesome. Wild Track
I don't think we
asks-
ever, Stim, I don't think we ever actually asked our starting question for Zyloh.
No, we haven't. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. I want to burn through some of the community questions, and then we'll actually do a little bit more of an interview and ask Zyloh, who
You better
he is and
you
what he
better go
does.
get a whole bottle of whatever the hell
Who's
your
your-
favorite. 'Cause
Who's your daddy?
I
and
think
what
you're
does he
gonna
do?
need it.
I've got some more
move on to that.
Barquois.
Magua.
Bagua.
So Wild Track asks, is there any information you can share about what to expect for this year's Citizen Con replacement? I think you've answered that already by telling us that there'll be more information coming.
Just that we're like literally neck deep in this whole thing that's happening with it's affecting our entire world, and we're trying to adapt to it the best we can. And obviously we canceled Citizen Con, but it doesn't mean that we're not still going to celebrate the community, which is what October 10th is really all about. It's Star Citizen birthday, which means it's all of our birthdays really, and so we'll definitely do some fun things.
No, I can only afford to have one birthday a year. I can't get that much older.
Okay, it won't be your birthday. It can be Joran's.
He
I don't
definitely
think he
can't
can
afford to
handle
get
it
older.
either. He's known as Grandpa Joe, by the way.
I'm
Stim is
the old man of the
dad.
stream.
No, Stim is the dad. Jordan's the grandfather. I'm the uncle that gets you in trouble, and Dr. Murphy is the school principal. Yeah, that's been established by Carson. So anyway,
Grandpa.
but yeah, the honest answer is that we're just literally in the middle of planning it. So we've got like a long list of ideas, and we're having active meetings about what can we do to still make it a special day, and nothing's completely locked in or finalized.
Perfect. Yogi asks, what are your top 3 ships and why?
ooh, good question.
Ooh. Is it just me? Do you guys answer these too, or is this just for me?
No, these are just
This is
for
just
you.
you.
Just for you tonight.
Everybody
We're on
knows
the show every
ours.
week, as it turns out. They already know.
Nobody wants to know what our favorite ships are. They already know.
We know anyway.
We
As it
tell
turns
them
out, one of
anyway.
them is right in my background.
890 jump on the Vanguard.
Prowler.
Yeah.
Vanguard.
So it
Vanguard
sounds-
Prowler. There,
It sounds
we're done.
cliche, but 890 jump, of course. It sounds cliche, but it was the Carrack, and oh god, I sound like such a hipster. It was the Carrack before everybody loved the Carrack. Genuinely.
What are you
Like-
talking about? I was there for the Carrack concept sale, and there was so much hype. Everybody loved it before it was even sold.
But
Like
I was there
Carrack.
But I was there before the concept. Like I
Well,
was
so-
like,
You were behind the scenes seeing the
My
concept.
tongue was stuck to the model in Manchester, all right? That's all I got.
for me, the Carrack was genuinely, it was my Serenity, and maybe it was just even the shapes of the hallways, they match, in my opinion. And it was always the Carrack. And there's other
I'm
ships
telling
I
you,
love.
everybody
So it
always
was
loved
all
the
look,
Carrack.
not function.
Let-
Because I can
let
get
him-
it on
let
the
him- let him-
function.
Let him finish his story about the Carrack. Come on.
You're
He already
fine.
is
You're
getting
fine.
on.
Yeah, no, Carrack, I'm big into exploration. Like I said earlier from the Bartles theory, I'm a socializing explorer. So the Carrack called to me in a lot of different ways. Other than that, I like things that go fast. So I'm super into both the M50 and the 350R, especially the new 300 series model.
What about the new M50? Have you seen it?
It's cool. You guys
Yeah?
have seen some of it as well.
I saw
I think some of the
it.
concerns out there that people don't need to worry about too much is that it's not like a huge departure. It's about really kind of cleaning it up and
So-
bringing
Right.
it to our current.
So how do you feel about the loss of the twin thrusters on the 350R? Because the 350R was my first love, and I missed having the twin thrusters. The rear engines don't look any different from the other 300s.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Personally, as loving the ship.
You're not wrong on that, but I actually prefer the M50 over the 350R. So I'm not like it. I love the 350R, but the M50 is definitely my second ship. Like you saw, I just started flying with Cracklin. The other day, I was in my M50. I also love the
He's
Saber
gonna say
Raven.
about 6 more ways.
I also love the Saber Raven, but
That's a great little ship.
I would love to see like a different variant of the Saber Raven, so it's not EMP focused, but it's like a racing variant or even a dogfighter. Just because I love the silhouette of the ship, but less interested in EMP gameplay personally.
Nice.
Yeah.
Totally agree. Yeah.
M50
I like
is a good
fast
choice.
And then, what do you find yourself doing or planning to do most in the game?
Well, I always talk about how I'm a pirate, but realistically, because I work at CIG, I probably won't let that side of me come out in the game.
Oh,
But nobody will know, right?
maybe an alt account.
Yeah.
I spend so much time trying to make this community happy. As much as I enjoy piracy, I don't want to add anything to it that hurts someone's experience. I'll save it for another game. It's just a peace of
Right.
mind thing. But
You're
I'm
such
also
a good-hearted person.
I appreciate you. Dan.
Wow, I laughed that one off perfectly.
I heard my wife laugh from downstairs. She's like, they don't even know him. He's a douche.
Nice.
But no, so with piracy maybe being a thing, we'll see. Maybe I'll be like a Robin Hood character, like where I'm a pirate, but I only hunt pirates, you know?
Yeah.
Ah,
Other
There
than
you
that,
go.
like I said earlier, I'm a huge advocate.
You
of
only rob from STEM Citizen and give to the poor.
like he's rich.
But yeah, I'm a huge advocate of roleplay, and so with VoIP and proximity VoIP and all that stuff, I don't know if you guys
Yeah.
have seen
Nice.
all the
I
content.
love that
goes
aspect.
to the GTA 5 community, some of the roleplay stuff. I'm super into that, and so
Nice.
all about the immersion. So I'll probably be on a Carrack deep in space exploring with a crew that I'm very comfortable with, so that we can all basically play pretend, like grown adults play. I mean, this is like my Barbie
Play
doll.
pretend.
Shiny
when
Captain.
I play the game and I go on a Carrack out and I'm going to go doing exploration, I want to be with a group that I'm comfortable enough with to where we can immerse ourselves into our character in the verse and talk as if it's real and not like, hold on, I need to pause and take a quick bio and grab another beer. Like, no, I want it to be like, let's like come up with fun titles for each other. Let's really like immerse ourselves in what we're doing. That's how I play.
Nice.
Agreed. Yeah. Do it right or don't do it at all.
So Chris Harrow is asking in chat right at the moment. So I'll read it out directly. Is there a possibility to have some kind of online community booth in CitizenCon? The reason why I highlight this is because obviously this is some interest that I'm sure a few people have.
I see Chris and Sigelian and Damar. We got a bunch of our community booth people in chat tonight. You guys don't know how heartbroken I am about CitizenCon. The community booth thing has leveled up. If you look at it the first year we did it, and then you look at how it went in Manchester, and we had that entire
Agreed. Totally
trade hall.
agreed.
And the plans for this year were so much bigger than even last year
Oh wow!
for the community booths. I mean, this year, like I'm not even afraid to talk about it really, but like we're thinking about like really breaking it out into categories. Like we can have like and don't hold me to this because who knows what we're really going to end up with. But what I'm pushing for is we can have like booths that are for org recruitment. We can have booths that are for like content creator meet and greets. We can have booths that are for in fiction. Like, I mean, if you look at like Sigelian's setup, right, you just feel like you're immersed in what they've created, and they're manning their booths and cosplay and whatnot. And then also adding some really cool things like community art galleries and being able to celebrate that whole aspect of the Star Citizen community. And I'm so disappointed. We don't have any plans to do anything virtual or anything like that, but community booths will happen again. I promise you that. And we're going to keep making them bigger and better every year.
Nice.
Yeah, and you really busted your ass in Manchester. That was huge.
Oh.
I was there late with you the one night, and that was worth it because, man, that was
It was a hell of a setup. I mean, it was, if you guys missed it, that was amazing. And
I'm very, very happy with how that whole
yeah,
room turned
it really
out.
did. And everyone worked really hard together, like from both the community and CIG, to really make that happen.
Yeah,
It was
I mean,
great
honestly,
to be a part of.
there's so many aspects of Star Citizen where all we do is we set a space up for the community to then take it to the next level. It's in Star Citizen, it's a sandbox, and then you've got content creators out there running these like 50-person events, right? And that's like the emergent gameplay. It's the same with the booths. We just built the space, but that room was incredible because of the booths that were in that room. Like
Right.
nobody went shy on it. Like everybody just hit a home run. There wasn't
Agreed.
a single booth in there that I wouldn't work with again. Really, it was wonderful.
Nice. There's a whole slew of questions that, if I can tie them together, they're basically saying, or asking rather, what do concept what does the possibility of a next concept ship coming up look like? Are we getting any? We haven't seen any yet this year. That kind
That's
of thing.
such a funny question because it's like, what do I even say other than spoiling it? You know?
Yeah.
Concept
We're just
ship.
trying to support CIG, all right?
Wait for
really
next.
I am not going to spoil anything today.
Okay. Awesome.
Like
That means yes. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm confident it's happening, but I'm sure
There
you guys
will
have
be a
noticed that
concept sale.
We've moved a bit away from them in general, and gone more to fun, engaging promotions and some straight to flyables and whatnot. And concepts aren't gone, but I think that it's just a change of.
It's been 6 months and people want ships. It's like people want ships.
Whether they're concept or straight to flyable.
Yeah.
just a
Well, I mean,
bigger
we've got
price
if
pass
you
for it.
if you read the comm link that we published 2 weeks ago, Invictus Launch Week is coming, and with it some fun promotions. And so, like I said, just keep an eye out for that stuff coming in the next few days.
Thank you.
Your community is dying to
You heard it. You heard it here first. Submarine confirmed.
Jeez.
Yeah. Submarines confirmed.
Submarines confirmed. The space whales that eat port oil. Sorry, it's happening.
Yep.
That's what it is.
It's happening, confirmed. Anyway, we have a space whale.
I'm just kind of reading through to see. A lot of these are when questions.
When are we going to get cats in the game?
Gin and tonic. Well, that's a good question.
a when question.
Actually, yeah, pets. That's a when
It's
question.
still a when question.
Are we going to get cats in the game?
I just like how Stim is like, oh, there's a lot of when questions here. Let me see. And then Shadow's like, why did I get a cat?
I really don't hear what happens in
All
this
I heard
ear.
was cat, and I got excited. To be really honest.
I really
want-
don't hear what's in this ear.
I want Stim Cat, my cat, to be sitting up on the dashboard.
Yes.
Of my Hull series ship, cruising, and
Mine will be in a well, I'll have a whole army. I have like a 5 wings, and they'll be on turrets and stuff. So
Well, technically you can have a pet. You can go grab a turtle, or
They took the turtles away in
not the
3.8.
they
same.
did
Zyloh,
take
it's
the
not
turtles
same.
away.
wait, hold on.
Uh-oh.
Who took the turtles away?
I don't know
I
who did it. Some jackass, I imagine.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna fix this right now.
bring the turtles back for free.
He's fixing it right now,
Here.
everyone. Turtles are coming back.
Hey man, what the fuck did you do with the turtles? All right, I just sent a professional message. We'll figure out what's going on with that.
Excellent. Excellent.
And then in an upcoming patch as well, if your turtles aren't your thing, maybe space penguins are.
Yes.
Ooh.
All right.
Forward to Space
So the-
Penguin.
I can handle
The
space
Avenger?
penguins.
Only if we can freeze the hallways down the ship so that they can just slide all the way down.
No, the space penguin is the Avenger,
Yeah.
you dork.
That's Sigalian. That's exactly. I just sent an email. Dear Chris Roberts, call him as first and last name.
What
Dear
the-
Chris Roberts, where are the toilets?
WTF.
Technically, they're tortoises, so
Nobody calls them tortoises.
So Jen and Tonic wants to know, Zyloh, he thought the Ares whiteboard leak was masterful. Whose idea was that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
You knew that one was coming. the Redeemer answer earlier pre-show is the perfect one.
See, See earlier comments about Easter eggs.
He told us earlier about the Redeemer, but we can't tell you.
Oh,
I
yeah,
have to say though, can I
all
gotta
of
say
it.
something? I'm gonna break the fourth wall on this one. Yeah, we totally leaked down the whiteboard intentionally, and the reason I'm gonna go ahead and say that now, that was just some fun, just some engagement. But the reason I want to bring this up is because it was actually the most heartwarming thing in the world that so many, and I mean like literally dozens of people, sent me a private message because they wanted to look out for me. So traditionally, like if I would have leaked something
Nice.
at Blizzard, people wouldn't have given a shit about me. They would have been
Yeah.
like, hell yeah, new info. Like, what? Zyloh's an idiot. Look what we got, right? But there were so many people that were like, they messaged, like the same person messaged me on Twitter, Discord, sent me a Facebook friend request to my personal account. I don't know how they found me. And it was just like, hey, dude, the picture you just posted has a leak in it. You gotta take it down. I don't want you to get in trouble. And like, it was so cool how many people were genuinely like trying to look out for me as if I had made a mistake.
I wonder how
person's
many
a-
people talked to Disco when he had his leak, because I think
Secretly,
everybody
he
was
did
just-
make a mistake. He was. This is just his
the
really
disco
creative
leak-
way of saying he didn't.
the Disco leak was the best so far.
Not in his eyes. It
Oh
still
no, I'm
haunts
sure.
him.
I'm sure it does.
I made a whole music video. I shouldn't
Nice.
even talk about that. I made a whole
Nice.
music video about that
Wait, do you
incident.
have this set video?
No, I'm not. We're not. We're moving
Oh,
on.
come
I'll just say that.
on!
I'll just say that.
What a
This is a
Jeez.
bar. Everything goes here.
I'll just say back in the day, I was in the office with Proxys, and we were working late, and it was just the two of us in the office, and we were trying to pass some time while waiting for a build, and I found Josh Coons' guitar on the other side of the office, and we made like "Hello, Darkness, my old friend,"
Oh,
and we made
wonderful.
this whole video. It was beautiful. I sent it to Jared, and I hope he liked it, but he hasn't talked to me
So
since.
when we have Jared
No, I'm
on the
kidding.
show, he's going to be more than willing to show this to us. Okay, I got it. You heard it first.
It's really bad, to be honest. I literally learned to play the song on the guitar in like 30 minutes just so we could make this video.
Nice.
It's the best
Carson
music.
Carolina asks via the website, how
Carolina.
magical are Jay Lee hugs?
Jay Lee hugs are magical. Honestly,
yeah.
like no troll, no joke. Jeremiah is like Bob Ross. Like I've never seen him not just in good spirits. It's just lovely. Like even if something's going wrong at work, like you see Jay Lee, you're drawn to him because he's just like such a positive soul. So I love Jay Lee. His hugs
He
are
is.
great, but more importantly than his hugs is he seriously, genuinely is just a really, really good person.
Well, Tim and I at Manchester this night got to hang out for at least an hour. I mean, it was just like one of us. I mean, it was just so awesome to just hang out with him.
Yeah.
So
He did
yeah,
a
we had a
beautiful
great
painting
time.
of my dog, which I gave to my wife
Get
a few
out.
years back. at
Oh,
the house.
wow.
We still
Oh,
have it
that's
framed in
cool.
the house.
Nice.
Nice.
That's
Not
awesome.
a very
Pretty special.
There
Pretty
are
gift-
so many great, and everybody there it's just such good people.
They are.
You know,
Well,
and-
not everybody. There's some assholes. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
aren't super nice, but I just because I got to meet. So I was blessed to meet so many people at CitizenCon in Austin, and just meeting more of the people. You know, I got to meet you back in 2016 at when you came out to the Bar Citizen, and you're just an amazing person, and just everybody comes across as such good people that are just, I mean, really caring, and there's just such a good spirit from the company that it's like, that's why it pains me, like I'm physically pained when anybody is negative about.
No, don't worry about it, Joran. You know why? Because it's energy that you're expending that we're not expending, because
And
we
it's
know
wasted.
what we're doing. We know who we are. We know what we're going to achieve. And don't worry. We're
right.
confident enough in what we're doing that negativity it's either, baseless because someone's misinformed, or, and I've said this a lot, and this may be too redundant to talk about again, but negativity is just misplaced passion. And a lot of times that negativity, if we break it down and get to the root of it, beneath the negativity is sometimes some of the best feedback you could possibly find. And that is not me encouraging people to be negative, but it's saying that sometimes you have to really analyze why somebody's being negative.
Yeah.
And I've said this so many times before, but I would rather have somebody angry than somebody who doesn't care. Because if they're angry, it means that not only do they care, but they're passionate enough to where it makes them angry because they care so much. So it's just
Right.
about trying to reshape their feedback into something that's easier to digest, and you end up with some really, really meaningful feedback most of the time.
Nice.
Yeah, and I've seen you say that in various areas in the past, and I love how you have that perspective of it, and there's definitely some validity to that, and I think a lot, and I generally try to approach these people as that they don't have all of the information, so that their viewpoints are skewed because they don't have all the information. Like we are talking about earlier, there's so much information, it's hard for people to understand everything that y'all are doing. And but I still
Jordan
think,
never gets triggered, by the way.
yeah,
No, I mean, trust me, it's when I was newer to the industry, stuff definitely got under my skin. But the longer that you talk to people who are passionate about their opinions, the more you realize that it's so cool that people care about something so much. Like it's really, you just have to look past it. They don't when people are yelling at me because they're angry and frustrated about a feature or something, like they don't know me personally. They don't know Tyler Witkin. They know like the persona of Zyloh online, and so that immediately makes me feel better about taking that angst and frustration, because it's like it's not truly directed at me. It's directed at the thing they're complaining about, and that's something I do have the power to help with, because I can help communicate what that thing is that's really bothering them to the developers, right? Or get to the root of it and then help them figure out how they can communicate more effectively, whatever, right? It's all, I mean, it's all just sociology and fascinating, and again, just goes straight back to the fact that we're all a bunch of space nerds and we're super passionate, and that you can't please everybody, and we just have to keep talking to each other, and it'll all be all right in the end.
We'll
Yep.
get there. Onward and upward.
I do.
And
Jay the Brown says I have thick skin, and that is due to my time in the game industry, but also it is due to my love for Chinese food.
nice, nice.
He's
Well,
squishy.
it sounds to me like you've really not just developed a thick skin, but you've also been able to um, dissect where the issues are and where that passion is coming from, and use logic and reason to figure out how you can turn that into a positive and what are the real underlying conditions going on. And there's different ways of assessing feedback, like net promoter scores and sentiment analysis and all that kind of stuff. And while that data is great, it doesn't always have that learning, that life's learning message in it. And I'm thrilled to hear that not only you as an individual that's really leading the team as the director of community there understands that, but that CIG as a whole has those is really paying attention to the community and not just developing a thick skin, really trying to dissect where that passion's coming from and pushing
Yeah.
forward with it.
We I know you're about to jump to the question, but I just want to say one thing real quick, because Cracklin and Knight Rider are in chat, and Cracklin's my lead moderator, and Knight Rider is my senior moderator, and obviously there's a few others that aren't in here tonight, but I have to say that we kind of made a shift, a year or two ago, where we really tried to evaluate just like our communication philosophy with the community, and we really got deep into it. And I think what we learned, and maybe Cracklin will say something about this, is that we found that while we were trying to explore like the different ways that you can interact with somebody over the internet, we ended up finding that we were improving the way that we interacted with people in our personal lives, like through the exploration of
Very
how
true.
can we connect more with
Yep.
backers who are frustrated. I found that in time I started communicating better with my family and my friends, and it was really just a rewarding experience to kind of go down that rabbit hole with my team as well. And I think we all came out of it with just kind of like an enlightened perspective of like, everybody, like, what's the saying, we all poop, right? Like we're all
Right.
human, and everybody gets passionate about different things, and it's just about harnessing it and figuring out how to do something constructive with it. And it's
Everybody
it's the
poops.
one thing that does get under my skin. I can take all of the shit in the world. I can take people yelling at me, but when my moderators, get flack for like, oh, they're too strict, or oh, they're not listening, they're not handling, they're blah blah blah. Like my moderators are killing it, and what the general public
Yeah,
doesn't see
God
is that
bless them,
they're
honestly.
no.
Wow.
What I mean is that it's like they're reaching out to people and they're communicating, and they're trying to make those connections. They're trying to dig through the frustration and get to the root of things. And
Get to the root, yeah.
I'm super appreciative of the people on my team and I think that they deserve so much more than some of the stuff that they get called and said. So
That
They're
is
really
the
I've
the
been
unsung heroes of this show too. Our
I've been
moderators.
modded a few times in Star
Well, you
Citizen forums, but I've never not deserved it though. So it's like I usually get a message from Knight Rider who's like, "You went too far, dumbass," and I'm like, "Yeah, sorry."
I got one of those. I totally deserved it. I went off on somebody,
Yeah,
but they deserved it.
well, but you brought up a really great point, Zyloh, is getting to the root of the problem, right? I mean, when you got a community that's so passionate, right? They might have just had a bad day, or they might just have read a patch note wrong or something, and just went off and struck the right chord with the
Right.
right group, and then now your moderators are dealing with it, and everybody's dealing with it, and it's just that, okay, where did this come from? Where did you get it? And it's that
Right.
passion getting to that point. That is the crux of learning. And Stim, you know this the most with working with me. I do not do people, and I've learned a lot alone. Not only working with CIG's team, but working with I know because I'm a brute force hammer, and that's just it. And learning to be better like that, working with Stim and working with my team has been exactly that same thing. That is, I totally get that, and I love the way that you put that through because you're dealing with it on the nth scale, and it's like,
Yeah.
oh,
No, there's nothing.
yeah.
There's nothing that feels better than that breakthrough moment, and it's like a
Right.
real, like tangible moment. I've had
Yeah.
people, and excuse me, I'm gonna use some language, but I've had people be like, "Fuck you, Zyloh! Like you're a piece of shit, and you don't give a crap about this community." And that's how it starts off. And Crackling Night Rider, I've had these same experiences in chat, and like it's just like really hateful. I mean, we've had some dark messages sent our way,
Yeah.
but like
Like tonight.
at the end of that
sorry about that.
at the end of that yeah, at the end of that conversation though, it's so cool when they come full circle after having like a meaningful conversation. So it doesn't work with everybody. Some people just they're not having it. They don't actually care as much as
They,
they're portraying. They're just
they are just
they're
assholes.
bored. It's not even
Yeah.
just the assholes.
Maybe
It's
they're not ready for it.
it's that they're not as invested as they're portraying. They might just be bored, and so they're
Mhm.
just yelling to yell because it's Friday night, and they're like, what do I do?
Yeah.
But the people who there are people that you break through, and then all of a sudden they're like, I really appreciate this talk. Thanks for taking the time, blah blah blah. And you go from like the fu to that at the end of the conversation. Oh, it feels so good. And
Yeah.
then there are people like that now that I talk to regularly on Spectrum, who our relationship started with them cussing me out, and now it's like we're buddies. And I just I don't know, I
This
think
is
it's
Stim
cool.
every day. I mean, I get that. No, that's exact. That is such great business because you're really getting to the point, right? You're getting to what is really driving that person. And when you
And we
help
can't do
that
it with
one person-
everybody.
yeah, exactly. But the fact that you're trying to do that alone in a community this size, I just really, I mean, not just you, but everybody. That's awesome.
It can definitely feel futile at times, which can be discouraging, and we just have to remind ourselves why we're doing what we're doing.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, there's so many people on Spectrum, and I know you guys have seen those charts floating around. The community is getting bigger and bigger
Oh, yeah.
and bigger, and it's
Great infographics, by the way.
we don't have enough. Literally, we don't have enough manpower to every frustrated person. Let's have a meaningful conversation and try to connect with them. We just can't physically do that.
Sure.
Like it's and so we. But even with that said, we try to do it as often as we can just to connect with our audience.
Yeah.
And
Love
luckily, there are a lot of people in the community that try to help with that and spend a lot of time in the various chats and in general chat and concierge chat. And I literally have concierge chat open all day every day and try to participate in there. And I'm gonna say that your perspective on how you address these people really helped me change how I approached these, because I have always tended to get a little bit triggered when people kind of come in like really negative, and I taking that approach of understanding. A lot of times it tends to be some of these backers. I mean, they're 2012 backers, and what they signed up for was not what we have, and it's taking a lot longer. We're getting a lot more, but they just kind of got a little impatient over the years, and some of what they want, we're not going to see for another 2 years, and they're kind of in a difficult place, and I've found a little bit more common ground with them, and I think they respect me a little bit better for me respecting them more for their positions, even though I still kind of fight them tooth and nail. but we have a better dialogue because of seeing how you look at people that are passionate about it and their motivations, and it's like,
It's pretty simple
yeah.
at the foundation of it all. It's just be kind to each other, and we say that a lot at the end of our
Yeah.
blog posts. You can
Yep.
literally despise someone's opinion. Like, no, their opinion is so wrong that it's going to ruin the game that I love. But you can tell them that in a kind way, and it just makes a world of a difference. But I mean, we all know that. Everybody knows it. It's instinct. It's just people don't act on it. So we just have to. You have to make
Just
an effort.
remember,
Be awesome.
before you tell someone to go fuck themselves, you have to say with all due respect.
Yeah, it's like, or the Texas way, bless your heart, but go fuck yourself.
I mean, I think I have said something to that similar. Like, hey, look, right now, all I want to do is say, go fuck yourself. So know that I'm that frustrated with you, but I hear you. You know what I mean? You just gotta.
I want to bring up Astrojack said in chat, my only worry about the community getting so big is we miss out on these very personal visits. You being on this show is very important and shows many that it will all be in good hands. And I think that's one of the things that we've kind of lost a little bit in the trend towards the more professionalism in the programming every week. That it's very polished and it looks really good, but we kind of are losing that personal feel and connection that we had with CIG. Like we were talking about it earlier with the old RTVs with Ben and Alexis and everybody sitting around the table. And like I'm glad that you've come on our show in being community focused, and that you were saying that y'all want to do more of this sort of thing. And I think if you can find that way to reconnect and show the personal side of CIG, that y'all haven't become this big corporate entity that doesn't care about the community anymore. I think that, and like y'all have been communicating a lot more in different ways, like you were saying with the This Week in Star Citizen, talking about the issues and that sort of thing. It goes so far in making the community feel better. Definitely.
Yeah, I think
Tim is losing more of his hair.
Yeah, dude, me
Got
too.
more
I
questions.
wear a hat all the time.
We got more questions to go through, and Stim's sitting there patiently.
Well, let's let Zyloh answer that one.
I just want to respond to that, and then we'll move on. And I'll try and talk less. Sorry, I ramble so much.
No,
but
No, you're here on our show. We're
they're talking about me monologuing.
Yeah, we're more worried about Jordan's
a monologue. You can interrupt him anytime you want.
I have a private message from Todd. Says, "Hey man, we're happy to have you on the show, but can you please talk less?" So I don't know.
I don't see that one.
I'm framing. But no, my response to that is just
It's a PM, Zyloh. You're not supposed to read those out loud.
Sorry, man, leaked. I think that we were always destined to grow up a bit. If you look back at some of our old stuff, it was so informal that we had people smoking hookah on a couch while laying down and like, yo, I bet I could chug this beer before you answer that question about the cutlass. Like, we literally had stuff like that. And it's still on our YouTube channel if you dig deep enough. And man, I've contemplated removing it, but I won't. It's historical.
I've seen it.
But the point is I think that, again, everything in life is about balance. And so we have to think about, our overall brand and image. But I agree that we don't want to lose that thing that has always made SIG what it is. And it's still there. That fire hasn't gone out. And in the same way that when we go on stage, for the fourth time and show a demo crash on stage and still decide we're not going to do a pre-recorded demo, we're going to be as real as real.
I love that.
Like, that's part of our DNA, and I think that the way that we communicate needs to always follow that as well. And at the same time, like I said, we definitely have always been destined to grow up, and we've always been destined to improve the quality of our video and improve our output. But I hear you loud and clear, and it's something that's important to us too. And so don't worry about that just going away and not being a thing.
So every Citizen Con, we will have a crash demo, right?
I hope not.
Oh, come on. Yeah, the crowd. Okay, 2948, when the demo crashed, the crowd roar was probably one of the loudest in the entire event. And that's what makes it, right? We get it.
The closer we get to standard releases and whatnot, it's we definitely want to put on shows that are positively received by everybody out there. Our
Okay, then fake the
passionate Star
crash.
Citizen community,
The fake the crash.
Do like
our
30K,
passionate Star
and
Citizen
then like,
community
fooled you.
is very, very forgiving.
Yes,
And
okay.
Yeah.
even beyond the Star Citizen community, we're still not going to fake things in the same way that we're developing this game in a lot of ways that we could fake a lot of things, and we.
But Derek Smart says you fake everything.
I don't know who that is.
That's it. We're banning Doc Murray.
Anyways, so what's your next question,
ban.
Steph? I'm rambling again.
Yeah, no worries. We're all waiting for when and betting, taking bets on when the crash is going to happen. So you
Yeah.
can't take that away from us.
I hope that we take it away from you.
You better.
Dad Lando in chat is asking if you can tell us the story about how you and Disco hijacked him many years ago over the phone.
Oh yeah, man, that's an old memory. Yeah, it was one of my visits out to the LA office. We were at the LA studio pretty late, and we decided let's go live, and let's just wing it and play some games online. And so we ended up playing. I think it was Test Squadron had a browser based game that we played, and then we played some of the other web based games we had done in the past. And then I suggested to Jared, I was like, why don't we call our parents on stream? And he was like, what? One thing led to another, and yeah, I mean, that stream we called my mom, which didn't go well because she answered the phone and immediately was like, "Oh, I've been meaning to talk to you," and was about to talk about personal stuff. Like, stop, you're on. There's like
No, do tell.
And then Jared called his.
I was
dad.
looking at your baby pictures.
That was like, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Dad Lando. I think that was like your introduction to the community. We called you and we ended up chatting with you for like an hour on the phone on that live stream. It was a good time.
Nice.
It was a good memory. I appreciate you bringing that up. That was a really good memory.
Nice.
I remember that one as well.
I've seen the video.
We were talking a while ago about community feedback and how you're taking that community feedback and how you're working with it. Is there, if there's one thing that you've learned about communicating with the community that you'd like to sort of share with people, what would that be?
What I've learned about communicating with the community. I mean, we kind of talked a lot about, I think that like the team has kind of grown on a personal level with just figuring out how to talk to the community. So that's a good question. I would say I've learned that there's never a dull moment.
Okay.
I still love it, and I'm going on my 6th year at Cloud Imperium Games.
Nice.
I've made a ton of meaningful connections with people, like I talked about. You know what's really funny? This is maybe slightly off topic. You know who messaged me a couple days ago? If you guys have been here for a long time, you'll remember the name, but it was Trip Rodriguez. Do you guys remember that?
Oh,
Trip?
yeah.
I haven't talked to Trip in years, and when I was a QA tester, I used to watch Trip Rodriguez play Star Citizen. He'd wear the suit that he had made, and
Yeah.
it was so heartwarming to see him reach out and just to check in. And talk
So what
about,
did he say?
Well, I'm not gonna leak the DMs. But the point.
Oh,
is,
you leak my PMs, but you don't leak other people's. I see how it is.
I care about Trip, so it's like
Nice.
talk to I love you. Oh, I just fight back. I'm sorry.
Well played.
I'd be sad if you didn't.
But yeah, I mean, I guess I hope I never stop learning and that I keep evolving and keep exploring different ways to communicate and connect with our audience. And as our game grows, our audience will grow. And as our audience grows, it'll probably change and take different shapes and different forms and different personalities and different conflicts. And
Let's hope.
what I've learned is that you have to be adaptive. And so I hope that my team and I can continue to adapt and just do right by the community. Yeah.
Awesome. You're not in the ships area. You're not in the ships department. But the community loves contributing and giving their ideas and claiming or saying, I want a ship that does this. I want a ship that does that. Like Jordan wants to see the 400i series come in, and so many people want to see different.
He wants an origin series for every number.
I want a medium one.
And I know that Disco has said before that CIG is not going to build a ship to fill every gap and for every role from every manufacturer in the verse.
Like Audi and BMW and
Well, no, just like
Oh, I
we're not
hate
going
it.
to necessarily have a
Agree.
mining ship from every manufacturer or what
I
have you,
agree.
right? So,
No, I agree.
is there are there pipelines? Are there ways that the community impacts or influences um, the types of ships that are coming into the verse and the designs and what they want to see,
Yeah, totally,
designs that come
totally.
through?
So we regularly have post mortem meetings after pretty much anything really, including promotions and whatnot. And our feedback gathering pipeline I described earlier is pretty robust, and we learn a lot from every ship that's done and from how people feel about it. And so I think people indirectly make an impact just by giving feedback about existing ships because we learned about the type of things that people like. But also, I mean, we have a game ideas section of the forum. We also see the Spectrum posts that go viral or the Reddit post that goes viral. I mean, we're kind of everywhere watching, and so we definitely see what people are into for sure, and oftentimes act on it as well. Some of the existing variants out there that in the past have came to fruition because of player feedback. So
Are
And
we
now,
going to be able to deliver Benny's noodles anytime soon?
you
Any
want to know what's
Benny's
really
noodle?
funny? I'm not going to talk about functionality of delivering noodles or anything like that, but
But
you remember when we did that Big Benny's April Fools?
oh, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
I still want that Reliant skin.
Yes.
I
Yes.
just discovered the other day that Reliant skin was not a Photoshop, but it's like a legit skin that exists. I'm like, I
That was
just found that out. I was like, why have we not put this out there for people to have? This is all.
we would buy that in a heart.
Yes, I'll take 600.
I'm not confirming anything, but I'll totally. I'm not gonna say I will totally. I would say I already have started saying, yo, if somebody made that Big Benny skin for realsies, like, hello,
I don't
like
know, just put it out there. People
yeah.
want like uh,
Yeah,
wasn't
be
there a
okay with
tease
that.
in actually we're gonna see something tomorrow. We skipped a whole bunch of our show earlier, but there was a
But I'm
tease
glad we did.
to tomorrow's Inside Star Citizen
why
talking
don't we
about
put that up?
ship tinting.
Oh god. Which line? Because I closed the number
Hold
of
on.
them.
It is.
So while you pull it up, yeah, we do touch on it briefly in ISC, and we've also got some other communication pieces
Got
that are
it.
going to be going out in the pretty near future that
I got
talk
it, I
more
got
about that stuff.
So on the community feedback and influence, like how surprising was the coffee maker intro to you guys?
It wasn't surprised. Nothing in this community surprises me.
We
Fair
don't
enough.
have coffee makers in every ship.
If you
Yeah.
guys saw some of the messages that I get in my DMs, it makes
Oh,
you
I'm sure.
makes you rethink and question our entire species.
I don't know how I don't know how you keep up with it all. It's like
It's enjoyable. This is my big. I mean, this is for me. This is so much more than a job. This is like my biggest
It's-
hobby, and
yeah, it's a beautiful thing. You're a lucky man.
I'm
I
only
I-
lucky because I'm a part of a community that you are, Jordan.
Yep,
Yeah, no.
this is my life.
Think about what this community would be without somebody
Speaking-
taking
I-
charge
I-
of our citizen movement.
Speaking of
Without a bunch of
skins,
alcoholics that like spaceships.
when are we getting more Star Kitten stuff? Like, are we getting more Star Kitten stuff?
Is
'Cause
that supposed
I
to be
need
a
my
DM?
pink
Are
spaceship.
you
We'll find out
repeating-
more tomorrow.
We're gonna start
I need
out,
my pink spaceships.
bleeping out the when questions.
I said, "Are we?" I changed it from a win.
Someday.
You know that devs experience bugs too that you guys don't. Like, for example, have you guys seen that Pink Panther like helmet looking thing?
Yeah.
Like that totally was in game for a long time, but there's a bug with it, so even the devs can't wear those in game now. So I want to know,
Oh,
where's my pink helmet?
yeah. There's a few people waiting for that right meow.
Yep. Right?
Well, it's
Yeah.
not-
Question here. Shauzen asks via Twitch, how many keyboards have you worn out since you started at CIG?
I am really, really weird about peripherals in the sense that everything I own is cheap and I don't care about upgrading things. The computer that the community, okay, let me backtrack. The community bought me a computer in 2015 as a gift, right? And the reason they did that is because I was playing Star Citizen and working on the game on a laptop. And that computer they gave me, I still have. It's what I'm using right now. Oh, it's dark in here. They all signed the case.
Nice.
Oh,
I haven't upgraded it since 2015, and it's like,
Ooh.
and then with my keyboard, I don't like fancy keyboards, no RGB. My keyboard is like that old school basic HP. That's why I had mic issues. My wife brought me her fancy mic because I was using this cheap old headset. I'm just not into that stuff. I don't know. So as far as keyboards go, I'll still the same one, and I'll probably use it until it stops working, and then be forced to get something else.
And he'll pay $6.99 on Amazon for whatever the cheapest keyboard is.
I 100% do not need an upgrade, Jordan, and I hope that the community never. I genuinely hope the community never does anything like that for me, because I think that I am very fortunate to have a job, especially given everything going on in real life
Yeah.
right now. I'm very fortunate to have a job where I can work from home, and any generosities of that type should go to people in need.
Yeah. Well, speaking about not being super caring about technology and being a little bit pen and paper, Fennec Silvertail says, "Do you play tabletop RPGs? And if so, what's your favorite and why?"
I used to play. I played Werewolf. Was my first table.
Oh,
What was it called? Was it World of Darkness or Edge of
Wow.
Darkness? What was it
Not bringing
called?
any age there.
I was introduced to that when I worked at Blizzard, and I was on a shift that ended at 3 a.m. And so we would get off at 3 a.m. and we would all go to one of my coworkers' apartments, who, by the way, ended up coming to CIG later. It's funny. It's funny how many people from Blizzard migrated over to CIG. But yeah, we used to play. The game would start about 5 a.m. and we would play until about noon, and then at noon we would all go home and sleep the entire afternoon until we had to go back to work. It was a crazy shift.
It's a good
Yeah.
life.
So you want to join my Starfinder game on Mondays?
If it wasn't on, Mondays.
It's Monday at 5. It's PST time.
Monday doesn't have a start or an end. Monday is just
True.
like Mondays are nuts for me.
I could change it for you, man. It could be Thursday. Like, just name your time.
Yeah, we can be Jigger.
What happened?
Thursdays are great, actually.
5 million people are going to invite Zyloh to their tabletop games now.
I'm
It's
not
already got at
against
least
it.
300.
Jared's been inspiring me with his tabletop stuff he's been running. I'm sure you guys have seen it with his like interactive television and stuff. I'm just kind of upset that I'm not in LA to play with him.
Oh man, have you seen the Spice Must Roll, the series that Astropub and Buster and a few of those guys do?
No, I haven't.
Oh,
Is it
it's all
cool?
based. Yeah, it's really cool. It's based upon the Expanse series,
Oh my
and they're having a lot of
God.
fun with it. A lot of fun with
I thought
it.
they changed from a different rule set recently.
They might have. I'm not.
It is.
that
Was
up-
it World of Darkness? Was I right? World of Darkness is the werewolf campaign.
Yeah. I believe.
I thought there was like 3.
Okay. No, this
World
is
of
like,
Darkness is the one that I
is
remember.
like
The original, yeah, the original one
It was like a D10, right?
I feel like
You
it was
use
made in the
D10s instead of
70s,
20s.
for God's sake.
I enjoyed it. I was like super clumsy and upset everybody constantly.
Oh, wow. That's okay.
Those are some of the best characters to do.
Yeah.
No,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
when I
Like
say
Tinder,
upset, I
just
don't
for
mean
fun.
actually upset. I mean,
He's just knocking over the DM screen all the time, throwing his character sheet around.
no. It wasn't that kind of a pest.
But I have 14
every-
six-siders in my freaking bag. Doesn't that mean I can roll all of them?
Every time he rolled, it landed in someone's lap. Clumsy.
I would just intentionally take actions that put us all in mortal danger, like regularly. Because
Totally.
Leave
Can I
it.
put this button?
there's always
Can I
the
push
guy
this
who
button?
wants to be the hero, and I was the one who, if you've ever watched It's Always Sunny in Philly, I was Charlie, like wild
Nice.
card bitches. Like,
Wild card.
Okay, question coming in. Starlet asked via the website, will Star Citizen support character interaction to enhance immersion, for example, dancing, hugging, holding hands, etc.?
I honestly don't know where we're at with that, but I do know that we've answered that before. I think it was Todd Pappy a long time ago. He mentioned that, but I think when he talked about it, it was, man, that would be really cool if you could, do a high five, and then that would you could hook it up to another character, could high five you back or whatever. I haven't
remember
heard
the high
anything
five
about that.
Yeah.
I think
but
We need hugging,
I think it's totally possible for stuff like
Hugging
that level,
or
of
even
detail to
dancing.
exist. But
especially with
Should
the dark
accelerate
secret
that. We
helmet.
need hugging.
Yeah,
Especially now.
it's about priorities. I think
with that
of all the things I
parasite
know,
helmet. I want to wear the parasite helmet with the skull and just give people hugs.
I think that we'll end up getting to that type of stuff later down the line. I think that in the grand scheme of all the stuff we have to work on, it's like pretty low priority.
Yeah,
down
definitely.
there.
Yeah.
Well, as like we were talking earlier, and there's so many things that are going to come down the road. And as long as we know that that's part of what's planned. I know Chris has talked about Star Citizen being the new Second Life, and there's some of us that's where we come from more than gaming. I was in Second Life since 2007, and this is my new Second Life. It's like it's this immersion, like you were saying, it's more of a social situation, and with people, and relationships, and even in like WoW, people will meet up and find boyfriends and girlfriends, and they'll do things in game, and they'll and want to have a romance and a
Jordan,
romantic flight.
Jordan, just do it. Are you asking me out?
I would love to take you out, Zyloh. A romantic flight over New Babbage.
He just got a new couch in Second
I'm
Life,
just
and he's
letting you know,
test out all the
Zyloh, he's
animation.
taken hundreds of people for that same flight, so just beware. You might want to clean the surfaces before you get
checking.
there.
I'm checking chat, and okay, yeah, my wife is no longer here. Jordan,
There we go.
Come aboard
I love
my
you, man.
Phoenix.
Loves long walks and to a short hanger.
Bow, chicka, wow, wow. Moving right along.
Astrojack asks via the website, can you tell us how the community team is structured?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
And specifically how your role relates to Disco's, perhaps interdepartment, etc.
Yeah, sure. So I am the director of community, which means that I manage our global community team, which consists of 3 different teams. So we have our community management team, which is Molly, Ulf, Christian, and myself. We have our social media team, and we have our moderation team. And so all of those are kind of underneath the community umbrella that I work with. And how it differentiates between with what Disco does. Disco is a creative producer on the GVP team, which stands for Global Video Production, and so he has moved and focused a lot more on the video content side of things, and on obviously hosting our shows and getting creative on that side. Although because he came from the community management background here at CIG, we still work super closely with him. Meet with him daily and talk about everything, right? Because we coordinate our communications and messaging, through a ton of different channels, whether it's text or a comm link or a social post or a video, right? And so while we're not in the same department, we still are very, very, very close with the stuff that we're working on. And
Right.
so as far as, community management, and just cut me off if I'm going too far down the rabbit hole, but community management at the core and the heart of it, it's just about bridging the gap between development and the community. So I like to think of a community manager as kind of being that community member that's on the inside. So we're constantly advocating for the player, giving internal feedback on just about everything that goes out the door. So a lot of it's predictive, like here's how we feel that people are going to react to something, and the community team's word on that definitely carries a lot of weight because we're so close to the community, and we can generally predict those things. We also work on a number of engagement initiatives and communications events like CitizenCon, whether it's the contests. Um, the list is very long. You guys may have seen Traveler's Guide to the Galaxy is a new thing we put out recently. Managing the AMAs. We also give guidance and feedback for what we're showing in monthly reports as far as imagery, trying to chase down and put those together. Yeah. Oh, and you know what? I mentioned everyone on the team. I also have a lovely guy named Dan, who is the community producer. So he keeps us organized and keeps us in line, and makes sure we stick to our deadlines.
Nice. How has we just had a recent show on this put out in the latest Inside Star Citizens, where we're talking about how there was the transition to work from home and how
Yeah.
that's all going. How is that impacting the community team?
The community team specifically, not as much. We're pretty global. We have with Christian and Ulf. Ulf is my lead community manager. He's in the Frankfurt office in Germany. We're kind of accustomed to not being in the same office because Molly and I are in Austin. Christian and Ulf are in Frankfurt, and then I also have moderators in Austin and in Frankfurt, and then I also have my social media team in LA. So we're kind of used to operating remote. So for us, it hasn't been a huge impact. We've definitely had more things to communicate, and we've been trying to be more present given that everybody's home and everybody's online more than ever before. And so, yeah, it's been all right for us. I think it's more challenging for development just because they lose a lot of that that instant iterative feedback that they would get from walking over and saying, "Hey, what do you think of this? How's this look?" And I think people underestimate how valuable that casual, like, I'm going to get up and go grab a drink from the break room, walking past someone's desk and then being like, "Oh, that looks cool. Oh, it does. Well, do you think I should make this red? Nah, leave it purple. Okay, cool. Later." It's like, but those little moments add up, you know?
Yeah, it is massive.
Hello, Buster.
Could you
Hello,
say
Buster.
that any louder?
Hey, there we go, Buster. The
Eat the
destroyer.
mic the next time you do that.
Hello, Buster. We
Okay,
missed
thanks.
you.
Hi, Buster.
I totally get that because, you know, with our development team, it's the same way. It's like we got so much more of those little nuances done, and yeah, it's gonna be a challenge to get back, but at the same time, I think we'll get past it, and
we definitely will. And you know what? While there's been hurdles and challenges, we also have like a legendary IT team, which we've talked about before, who was crazy.
I know. I tried to get on it.
Oh, really? I didn't actually know that. That's cool. But yeah,
I'm another Mike Young. If you ever need one.
I have no say in that.
No, that's awesome. Yeah, no, I look at how small that team is in the IT group because it is relatively pretty small. It still is by your company standards. It's still pretty small, and they really do an amazing job. So that's massive on their part.
Really do. They really pulled all the stops to get us functioning remote, and you know we still deal with lingering issues here and there. I mean, everybody's relying on their own personal networks now, which is obviously less consistent than, you know, our one business network. And so there's definitely challenges that still pop up, but I think the team's adapting overall really well.
They are. Yeah, that's yeah, awesome.
Good.
Well, we're running out of questions that are.
Oh, just look at chat.
We have lots of questions. We have lots of questions, but a lot of them are when questions. A lot of them are questions that aren't necessarily within
community related
wheelhouse. Yep, community related. So, and a lot of stuff we've covered already. Here's one. P. Gill asks, are there cinematic aspirations for the franchise, and is the engine getting geared up for that end? I think the question is more along the lines of, you know, are we going to see more evolution in the community being able to use cinematic features?
You mean like director mode, like being able to take better screenshots?
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. There was actually a talk about that not too long ago. I mean, it's the screenshots and stuff that people are already out there taking are stunning, as you guys know. And it's just a no-brainer to beef up those tools and put it in the hands of the community because, I mean, they make stuff that's just incredible. I mean, it rivals. We have professional graphics artists that are just blown away by some of the stuff that the community puts together. So yes, definitely more robust tools.
We have a really active Discord, of course, and within that Discord, we've got a number of people that are constantly showing screenshots of what's going on in the verse, and it is just amazing to go through it. And we've started off doing a few screenshot contests early last year, and we've just noticed that if we were to run a screenshot contest now,
no, we're not going to do that.
Well, the judges are so good.
We run contests all the time, and it's so frustratingly cool because like for the holiday contests that we did in December, we did a holiday card contest and we did a screenshot contest.
Well, we know we premiered it.
Now they're the top like 20 that we narrowed down. They all deserve to win, like genuinely. I mean, you could have just flipped a coin with 20 entries. With whoever won. It's really difficult.
Yeah, and I think we'll still do them.
Yeah,
we'll definitely still do them. But just know
we had a lot of trouble picking.
Oh,
we did. I mean,
we were like, what do we? How do we pick these? Like, these are so good, and then there were obviously some bad ones, but those are easy to do.
If I may make a suggestion, what worked for us, because we were struggling too. Originally, it was just the community team would vote, right? And there's like 5 or 10 of us. Now, in order to make it more fair, because so many submissions are good, we actually send the theme up
Roll a d20.
to a very large group.
Okay, great.
And we have like an Excel sheet, and everybody gets to cast their votes, and then it makes it easier to decide a winner when your pool of people voting is bigger.
Nice.
Yeah, that makes sense.
One of the things we started doing is saying, please, like, try and give your picture a name, like frame the question in a way. So if it's if you're trying to do something where you're trying to frame some context, and is it the lighting, is it
Create a story.
create a story in some ways. And
Yeah.
one of our members, Mystic Star, came up with a way of presenting it almost like a comic, like where you've got a picture
Yeah.
broken up into 4 quadrants with 4 different pictures, kind of telling a story that way as well. So I think whenever you have a story that sells something so much more, that gets people into the emotion. So put a caption to the pictures, everyone. In
I just
Discord.
put the picture. You don't have to show it on stream, but do you guys remember I tweeted out this picture up in Discord? I thought this picture was really powerful. This person took a screenshot of their character holding their hand up with a bit far off in the distance.
Yeah.
And I thought that it just it really sold the scale, but also the wonder of what the universe is all about. I know, I love that one.
Yeah, it's
I think
not
that
opening
one's
for some reason.
one of my all time.
You're right. I know this picture, and it's there it is. Sorry about
That's a good one.
that. No, there's so many of these that are out there too, which is just, ugh. I mean,
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
you just nail it. Yeah, I feel for you. I know we had the same problem when we had our 2 contests, and man, it's just the community is
tough.
amazing.
I also need Haskaha to dial it back with the video contests, because he keeps hitting home runs with those, and then everyone's like, it's favoritism.
We can never win against him because he's so talented.
He ended up getting some pretty good competition. What I always wanted to reply, and I didn't because I didn't want to stir the hornet's nest, was just like, nobody's going up to LeBron and saying,
And yet he does it on our
hey,
show.
dude,
Go ahead.
Yeah.
even though your team is winning, you won the last 2 games, so you lose. And it's like, no.
Nice.
It's tough.
Yeah. No,
Moving right along.
Sure. So earlier in the show, before we came on, you had mentioned that you watch a lot of our shows, and we really appreciate that. I think
He
it's
shows
great
up.
whenever you jump in and say hi and kind of let people know that you're watching. It certainly is one of the reasons why we do it, is because it's because it's exposure to the community. It's bringing everyone together, and we love the fact that you're hearing the ideas and listening to the ideas that the community has. What are there any moments that you can recall that of the show that are highlights for you?
About
Ask a
the Yacht
hack,
Club
that's funny.
specifically.
Yeah, I mean, clearly we're talking best moment ever in Star
Are
Citizen
you
history.
fishing for compliments right now?
No.
Okay,
No.
Where did this come from?
I don't need approval.
I'll answer that.
What are you talking about?
It was
I don't
obviously Sim
need a-
Citizen.
I'll answer that. But the first thing I just saw Haskaha say in chat, we need another contest. Haskaha, we've got a video contest starting like in the next couple of weeks, so get ready.
Nice.
We haven't done one in a long time, so we got one about to kick off.
He's already got like 3 videos ready, right?
Oh, he won't for this one.
I bet he
promise.
does.
If he does, then he needs to get off our internal servers. And anyway,
Prepared for everything, that one is.
I don't think I want to pick a favorite moment, but I will take the bait and tell you why the Yacht Club I think is special, and I think that there's a lot of productions out there that they try really hard and they strive to be something, and that's awesome, and they should. But one of the things I think is really special about the Yacht Club stream is that it just feels super genuine. And it's the same way that I pick my friends in real life, right? I don't like people who play games or beat around the bush. I like people that are just, they are who they appear to be at face value. And I think that the stream is very welcoming and makes people feel comfortable. I think on a sappier level, one of my favorite moments in my career at CIG was going to the Bar Citizen in Florida and meeting Joran. I think Joran, you'll always hold a very special place in my heart due due to the memories there, but also what you've done with the community on the Bar Citizen scene. And I feel like the lot of you, even Doc, I think that you guys are just stellar people, and so I'm super honored to be able to come
Thanks,
on
man.
tonight and hang out with you guys.
Yeah, thanks, man.
That event changed my life, and and I cannot even begin to describe how much that and Bar Citizen and you're coming out there and what a great thing it's become for the community, and it spurred me to create the jump club, and where I met all these crazy guys and
Think about
in,
it, Joran.
in the jump club, and then the yacht club, and it's like I love bringing nerds together, and now
It's
we've
wild.
got this incredible community that's just grown up around the first we just wanted to have a show where we hung out and talked about spaceships, and then we created all these friends, and
I had
just,
7 scotch. I broke my ankle. I leaned across the table and I said, "Hey, Jordan, we should do a show, and we should get
7?
CIG. We should do this, man." And
We had 10 before we left the first
Oh,
bar.
I know. Okay, I got a little fuzzy after a few. No, I mean that whole thing, because I mean, and a lot of you guys know this. I started a whole new company out of just because I worked with CIG and I saw how that team worked and I saw that passion. I was like, I'm done contracting. I'm going to do this now. I'm going to start a company. I'm going to do the same thing they're doing, because I didn't get hired. But I didn't feel so bad. But anyway, no. But the fact was, it's like it was so inspiring. It wasn't just the people. It was CIG. It was everything that came together. That was just like, yeah, we could do this. And seeing that was just getting to work, getting to volunteer with CIG was everything that I've ever wanted in a team.
I genuinely think that it was volunteering front. It wasn't us though. It was literally the experience of being around all the community folks. Like everyone that you were volunteering with, you probably communicated with them more than you did SIG staff. That's what makes the community special, is the community.
Yeah.
Like we really, like I said earlier, we create a space for it, but the community is literally what funds this game. So it literally makes it happen, but it's also what creates this community. I mean, literally everything's community. That's this entire ride, this adventure is about being part of the community. It's cool. Sure. Also, I just want to say really quick, this stream, you guys have a really good demographic, because you guys have a funny character, you guys have an intelligent character, you guys have a handsome character, and you guys have a drunk wild card. I'll let you guys figure out it.
Wait, I'm the funny and the handsome one at the same time? Wow.
Here, I thought it was the drunk handsome one.
Wild card.
You guys can figure out who's who. I'm not.
that's a good one.
Who's Joran?
But thanks for giving.
He's always going to be grandpa.
this community an opportunity to just create these friendships, and it's I think space nerds are just so unique in that they're dreamers and positive, good people, and this, I think that's what's so unique about this project, that it's brought so many great people together, that we share so much from whole life experiences in loving Expanse and Star Wars and Star Trek and everything else, and we've got just such a beautiful community. I love all of y'all.
Hey, and Dalamar says in chat that the community that's watching are the true stars here, and I have to agree. Yeah.
No, I know. Every single time, it's like when it's like bringing new people in, which is like, again, the reason why I started streaming is getting that experience when they realize, when they start to when they go beyond me, when they start to talk to other people in the community, they're like, this community is like, they're just so cool. They're like, because like every other gaming community I've ever been in, and I've been in a lot of them, they're just majority is toxic. So when you get to be a part of not only working with CIG directly, but then actually working with the community, it is really something special. I mean, it is unbelievably you're right. It's the community that drives it, and that's awesome.
So go ahead.
No, I was just saying, woo.
Woo.
So we decided.
Got any more questions?
You know what? I think we've probably come to the end of the questions. There are a lot of questions. We've covered a lot of them. There's a lot of duplicates.
Do you have any questions for us?
Questions? Yeah.
Are you asking me or the chat?
Asking you. The chat's here all day.
Chat has questions. They know they can just fire away.
Prepared for this.
Wow, he actually caught Zyloh off guard. You should have heard him in the pre-show. He was like,
I guess it's all those Barquois that he's had.
You guys want to give away a
It's been a
Prowler?
long show.
Ooh, we could do that.
Yeah, it
That
sounds
would
like
be my second favorite ship.
Let's do that.
Nice.
Wow. Very
Is
nice.
that a question?
Can we make it LTI? We have never ever
We have.
given
We
away.
have. We have.
Hold on.
We
You're
have.
not helping. You're not helping my argument here, dog.
I'm sorry, but we have. I can't lie.
So which one was it?
It was the 890.
Yeah, but it was like
Thanks, Dr.
72
Brown.
900 months of insurance.
Sure.
Okay, so that's effectively LTI in my book.
I'll give you the P-72 Emerald Archimedes to upgrade if you want.
Can you guys tell who the intelligent and who the drunk wild card is yet? Because I
I kind of feel like they're both. Moving right along. No, we could do that. That'd be great.
Oh yeah. I think all the giveaway ships that we do have LTI. I'm pretty sure. Wikipedia and chat can confirm because I think he's the hero who helps me deliver them.
Who has to say
Waka, does it have LTI? If he's still there.
Up too late for him.
No way. Normally,
We
right
also-
now we're playing.
There he is. He
Yes, it
says,
will.
"Yes, it will."
Yes,
Nice.
it will.
He's like, okay,
Fantastic.
wiring it up.
Quit
Nice.
ship me. Wait for ship me.
Hold
Wait.
on.
Yeah,
Easy, hold on.
They know how to get in this.
if
Bang
you put it
away.
in too early and it's not ready, you won't be entered.
Bang away.
So it's ready. Go ahead.
Yeah.
We also have
spam.
Astrojack
Thank
has
you.
also offered to give away a Tumbril TR.
Ooh, that's my favorite one.
Mhm. So we've got that to give away, and then what are we going to do with what we have sitting in the kitty? We normally give it away at the end of the show. How much do
we
we
can
have?
roll
there,
that to the next show. I mean, we got enough. Unless
Yeah.
you've got at
Next
least
show?
another few hours to chat, Zyloh.
Oh gosh.
I think we've already kept them up till almost 1
Yeah.
o'clock out there.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry,
Yeah,
How is it almost 1 a.m.? What the heck?
That's what happens when you sit around talking about
Now,
spaceships
now
and space
you know what
things.
it's like to be on the Silly Boat Show. This is every Wednesday for me.
While we're doing the giveaway, can we show that video?
Which
I
one?
Turn sound on for the stream.
What video?
what?
Link me.
Looking for it. I had it over on. There it is. Oh, copy.
Copy, paste. Put in show.
Control C, Control V.
Put in show so make sure Zyloh can confirm
There
it.
it is. Yep.
Oh, here we go. This will be good.
Do I click
Do
it?
you want me with audio?
Yeah, with audio. Yeah, with audio. 'cause
Okay.
Yeah, because it was very
Tyler,
cool.
in advance, I'm sorry.
Should we watch it at the same time?
He made this video.
He's gonna play it on the stream.
Well,
Wait,
yeah.
Count it down when you press play so I can press play too.
Here we go. Ready? 3, 2, 1, play.
Let's tap this.
What's up, brother?
Just wait a second. I'll introduce you. Sparkle Mama 143 joined. We'll give him a minute to roll in here, but we're at 5 viewers now. So we are live in Orlando, Florida, at the 2016 Bar Citizen event, organized and orchestrated by the backers of the Star Citizen community. I'm sitting here with
Space Irby.
How are you doing?
I'm
Did you have a
doing
good
great.
time today?
Oh, I had a great time today.
Yeah, what was your favorite part? Did you win anything?
Favorite part? Yeah, I did win something today, but I won friendship today. That was the best thing today.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
Now, friendship is great and all, but do you have anything that maybe you physically won?
I won my Drake Cozy today.
That is badass.
That's certainly badass because there's only 2 of these, and I won it from Sniffle
There wasn't
Wizard.
a lot of them. Hey, we're live right now. Do you want to say hello? Hey, tell me what your name is.
This is 9 minutes.
And what are you here for?
Yeah, we won't watch the whole thing.
That's
Okay.
You nailed it.
Where do we want to go?
You
next?
nailed it. You nailed it. You nailed it.
Do the whole thing.
You're not an actor. You could be.
wait.
You know, I'm gonna walk around and
Looking
find
for
more people.
Jordan, I'm looking
You
for
want to say
Jordan. Here we go. All right.
excited for the next episode, which is coming soon.
Come right after Here we go.
And of course,
There we
this
go.
entire event would not have happened if it wasn't for this individual right
Go,
here.
Joe.
I'm so embarrassed.
Did you have a good time today?
I had the most amazing time with the most amazing people. This
how
is the
young
greatest
you look.
community of all time.
It is. It really is.
Hair is still black.
It
It was
is.
the best.
And so, what all went into the planning of this? I mean, it was. I imagine there was a lot of work. How many people do we have here today? As
This
well?
We
is
have
so
close to 80 people here
cool.
showed up. I mean, we've got all the streamers. We've got
Glad I was able to save this.
Bulkheads and Sophie.
I don't know
and
how you got
Gamer
this.
and
Oh my God, it's
so many people
DJ.
just
Nice
came from
work.
everywhere.
It's
Yeah,
wild.
like just the whole community came out.
I downloaded it
like,
from
we're
your
all
whatever it was
people
you
that
were
have wanted to meet
streaming
people
on
like us
Periscope.
for so
I think
long.
it was.
It's a safe
And-
place for us sci-fi nerds to get
Yes.
together.
What?
And Sophie's back for more.
Space nerds.
So congratulations, you two. You guys did a
Thanks so much.
fantastic job. Everybody had a blast, and we hope that we see more of these.
Thanks to the community, because this
We
is
miss
just
everybody who couldn't be here, by the
the
way.
best
Yes.
community,
Next
and
time.
we're going to grow this around the world. Every single city should have a Bar Citizen meetup in the whole world, and we're going to grow that. We're creating Discord channels to help organize that and make it easier for people to
Little did I know.
organize these and find people in
This
your
is the
local
beginning
areas
of a long.
to come together.
Was this
Yeah.
like 30
And so
years
if you're
ago?
out there and
Jesus,
you want to
Jordan,
organize a Bar Citizen, or you're interested in more news
I
about
hate
Bar
seeing
Citizens,
myself on
find
camera.
this guy on Discord.
I think
What's
I'm
your name
so
on
annoying.
Discord? Is it
You're
just
so
Joran?
awesome.
Juran SC, I think.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I have,
He's around. You can find him.
Yeah, I've got a YouTube channel, Juran Star Citizen, and yeah, I'm all over the. No, not twitching, but
Twitching.
Twitter.
Twitter.
What's
Yeah,
your Twitter handle?
Twitter. I think it's Juran Star Citizen.
He doesn't even follow his own Twitter. He's
I
like-
don't.
but he's on the internet. You can find him if you care enough. You will.
Search for
I hadn't really
Star
started
Citizen
doing
Juran,
anything.
And then, so this patch he's wearing. So you guys may have seen a lot of the Bar Citizens around the world are starting to come together and make amazing Bar Citizen patches. I got one from the Austin Bar Citizen. I cherish it. These logos are fantastic. The gentleman who made the logo.
Man, this is so cool.
How are you doing? You want to show off your shirt a little bit? So you made this, right?
Yes.
What all went into the planning of this? It just clicked and you just put it together.
It did. I mean, Florida, beaches,
It's
ocean,
perfect.
the shuttle.
It's
gotta
perfect.
pay homage to NASA. So
I love it. Awesome. Well, thank you very much, man. Let's see what else we can find. We are just walking
Not
up.
changed a bit,
You guys are
Zyloh.
live right now.
I have, dude.
So
Like
let's go on the
80%
right
of my
and the
hair's
left. Ready? Say your
gone,
name.
and I
Go.
got
There's
wrinkles.
DJ.
Trixie.
What? Yeah. Where can they find you on Twitch.tv?
Twerk17 and
All right. And you?
Twitch.tv/DJ Night. BiogenX2B and the AMD channel on Thursdays. Hey!
And who are you? I don't think you stream.
Mocker Gaming, I'm coming soon.
Oh, fair enough.
Dave Yoakum.
Whoa!
Fantasy Factory.
And ladies and gentlemen, we are very fortunate to have a legend in our
And
presence.
he did. He did.
Mr. Sniffle Wizard. Anyways, it's been a blast at Bar Citizen, and we will see you guys soon. Bye.
Oh my God, love Sniffle so much.
Wow. That's bringing it back.
Awesome.
Wow, that's beautiful.
Awesome.
I can't believe you have that. I don't know where you got this footage. You downloaded it. Did you download it recently or a long time ago?
I like right. It like the next like a few days later, it was up there on Periscope because they don't stay very long. So I asked around, I was like, how can I download
Just like
this?
Twitch,
This is
it
so
does
cool.
not stay long.
Yeah, and then I uploaded it to YouTube.
Years to show it to me.
What's that?
I said
Wants
you
to
waited
share with
years
them, yeah.
to show it to me.
Sorry, didn't realize.
Do you want to see the
There
night
it
that
is.
started it
It's
all?
on YouTube, my friend.
Thank you so
back
much
some
for
memories.
that.
That's the night that started it all for us.
It's such a trip. That's,
And I'm
That's the
standing,
night on
by
the
the way.
left.
Yep.
Unsung hero.
And there's the picture that swept the internet.
oh, Stim, look at you with the
Right?
Look at Doc. He looks so handsome. Yeah.
Doc, you're so much taller in person.
We had a lot of scotch that night, right, Doc? I don't
was a
remember
good
that
night.
picture until I looked at my phone the next 2 days
I
later,
wouldn't-
actually.
We had a good amount.
A good
D
amount.
Nicer says I took that picture and I'm still traumatized.
That's what Star Citizen's all about right there. It's just
Yep. It's all about the community, and that's
wouldn't
that's
trade
what
for
makes
the
it
world.
this such a great time doing this
Yeah.
show with everybody because it's just getting to hang out and share amazing experiences.
Yeah, I would not trade it for the world. And
Yeah.
this is the kind of picture. I don't think anyone's seen this one, but you can see Doc in the front row. You can see a lot of people that are on this show all the time in that front row. That was my view, and that was pretty awesome. I mean, seeing everyone that I was starting to just finally learn, and all how I know them now, it's just like you're totally right. Without gaming, I would not know any of these people, and I just love it. I think it's just freaking awesome. Keep
I would
doing
have
what
been in
you're
that
doing.
picture, but I was actually up in the balcony, way up high. So there's that.
I had
just an
really
amazing
cool
time.
moment.
I
Really
saved that
cool.
seat next to me by telling everybody who came to sit by me that I was saving it for a friend.
Oh,
Guys,
that's
what a
one.
great show.
Yes,
Thanks,
there's a bunch
Zyloh,
of
for
thank
coming
yous
on.
that go far beyond this.
We have a giveaway to give away.
Let's do it.
Let's do
Give it
that.
away
All right,
now.
we're closing it out. Too late if you didn't get in. Too late. We ready? Yep.
So
We're
the
ready.
just become flight ready ship, Prowler,
And
Ugoth
okay.
is one.
You get to say it.
Ugorth. Congrats.
Are you here?
Ugorth.
Ugoth.
Are you here? You have
I
to
was
gonna
respond
try
in
and say it.
chat. You have to see it.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Respond.
Holy
There he
crap.
is.
No,
There he
Congrats,
is.
man.
I didn't see him.
Man or woman or
Yep.
undecided?
Zyloh, how do you want
He's in there.
them to get a hold of
Okay.
us or
Yeah. If you could just verify it's the right account, send me the RSI email. I'll take care of that.
Tim, you want to do that?
Righty. Yeah.
Get a
I'll
hold of
do
Sim.
it, or you can do it.
Yeah, get a hold of
See
me.
how I pass that?
And I will connect it on.
Hot
No
potato.
problem.
Called delegating. Shadow.
Yes,
It's a
exactly.
managerial skill.
It's called pass the bomb.
I delegate like a pro.
Yeah. You gotta be able to. So we're gonna do the what is it? Ranger CV?
Are we gonna do this?
We've got a Ranger TR or
Oh,
yeah,
TR.
giveaway.
Sorry, I didn't know if it was TR or CV.
What's the one with the guns?
I'm not sleepy yet. It's just the chat's at the bottom of my screen. I swear. Maybe I'm.
All right, here we go. Ranger TR. Open. Bang, ship me. Exclamation point, ship me. Get in. This one's courtesy of
Astrojack.
Astrojack.
He's just trying to hype
Jack
his own name.
is our Vancouver bar citizen organizer.
That
He
is.
does a terrible
Trying to put
job
it
because
together.
Tim didn't even know about it until like 3 weeks ago.
About what?
That's not
Yeah.
that's not Astrojack's fault. That's
Oh,
Stem's
well,
fault.
yeah. That's,
What am I being accused of now?
No, Astro's awesome.
Not
He's a
knowing
good
about your
guy.
local bar citizen.
Yeah,
That was
Oh,
like,
no,
you
no.
found out last like a year ago.
Yeah, I actually Astro and I hosted one of them. I went to a couple of them before we started taking over. But yeah, great times. The Vancouver community isn't really cohesive. The Vancouver BC community isn't super cohesive. Although we have a great group that are outside of Vancouver, and we've got a few in Vancouver that do get together. But really, when we had that one, we went to Kelowna, which is about a 4-hour drive from Vancouver, and we had people drive from
Totally in Vancouver.
across the border in Portland. So Rice Maiden came up. We had Sigelian come from
Ty drove
Northern-
from freaking Toronto.
yeah. So we had a lot of people come together.
Half a
No,
continent.
By the
Yeah,
way,
that was a great one.
Zyloh,
From Alberta somewhere.
if you're ever in the neighborhood for an Ohio bar citizens, these two guys barely survived one. So you definitely need to stop by for one of those.
Good time.
We had a
Yeah, we had
great
Tylenol,
time.
Tylenol in more ways than one.
Oh, yeah. Some of us stayed up pretty much the entire time. 3 days straight. No, it was a good time. Bar citizens are what it's all about. Yes, Jay. Yeah, Jay the Brown came up from Kentucky. Yeah, it was a good time.
We had a bar citizen plan. We're gonna have the few there and me, some other people from Portland, and
Nice.
Then they did the whole social distance.
Yeah, well, after that's over, bar citizen will return.
We'll make it happen. All right, we're going to give you 30 seconds on this giveaway. Thanks, ship me, exclamation point, ship me, get in. Ranger TR. Courtesy of Astrojack. Think. What, nobody's going to sing the Jeopardy music? Come on.
Do, do, do,
Come on,
do,
Zyloh,
do,
step in.
do,
Please,
do.
do something for the cast.
Damn.
Not old enough to have watched that show. Apologies.
You were saying
That's a
earlier you
lie.
played you played a certain D&D game that's like I thought was made in the 80s.
True.
Da, 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 da.
Yes. All right, here we go. We're closing it out. 10 seconds. 3, 4, 11, 5. Closing. Winner is JJ. I know he's here.
Yay.
He hasn't
And-
passed
and
out yet.
70.
And JJ is
He says,
the
he says bullshit.
JJ started the Australia Pub Citizen.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Congrats,
Another
JJ.
one of our Bar
Buster
Citizen
plays
organizers.
D&D too. That's
But is he
What's
here?
your thaco, Buster? What's your thaco?
Oh God! Don't bring that up again.
JJ, you're still here in chat?
JJ gotta be. Oh yeah, there he is.
He's here. He's in his
Awesome.
ring. The
He's
best.
definitely here. Get a hold of Stim for that one as well. He'll get you hooked
We'll
up.
organize.
Yep. Everybody talk to Stem.
Yes.
He loves getting PMs too.
Oh,
Every
love
time he sends
okay,
Stem
ignore
a
that.
PM,
Ignore that. I hit the wrong button. JJ won that one, by the way.
every
Great
time he
job.
sends Stem a PM, he smiles. So send him his.
Awesome.
Thanks
sauce.
everybody for an amazing show. I think that was great, and I think we have to call it here simply because it's getting quite late.
Yes.
I want to thank everybody for showing up, for sharing this time. I want to thank Zyloh, Director of Community at CIG, for taking time out of his busy schedule to come and join us and share some memories and really kind of get shot by the firing squad of questions. You handled those masterfully. Really impressive. Thank you so much for being on the show. Any parting words?
Yeah, no,
Any
just
parting
thanks for having
wisdom?
me. I feel we've been sappy all night, so I'll spare you in my exit and just say that I appreciate you guys all, not just for having me on, but for everything that you guys do and allowing me to have the job that I have and to work on the game that we work on. And I'll forever be grateful for the opportunities that I've been given. And it's all because of this community. And I guess I'll go ahead and end and give you that Redeemer update you were looking for. So the latest word with that is actually the
Son of a bitch. That is. Yeah, there you go.
That's right, folks. You heard it here first. Submarine.
You heard
are
it here
confirmed.
first. That's right. Yes.
The Redeemer is a submarine.
It's a submarine that is powered by space whales, and yeah, it's terrible. It just suddenly just stopped working.
These sound issues, they just pop up.
It's the Yacht Club. This is completely expected.
We
Audio
have too many
issues.
sound
Yeah,
issues.
we got nothing on
Always
this one.
sound
Sorry.
issues.
We're sorry in advance. Sorry. We'll do another show
Bye,
in about
everybody.
another year, and he'll tell you all about the Redeemer.
You think it'll be out by then? That's optimistic.
Nope.
All right, everybody, say goodbye.
Hold on.
Hold on.
If you can line a rate up for us, that would be really great. If we can pass
Is anybody
on today,
still streaming?
if there's someone still streaming, if we can pass it on to someone small, perhaps. That's
Oh
into
yeah,
the
bomb
community.
somebody that's like has like
Yes,
one viewer. That would be great.
that'd be awesome.
Yeah. I will help you pick that person.
While we're looking at that, I just want to talk a little bit about what's coming up for the rest of the week. Obviously, tomorrow we've got Inside Star Citizen. We're getting an update on ship tech, as well as prisons and I wrote it this way just so I could say it, the penal system. And then
System.
Friday, we get a roadmap update like we do every week. We get subscriber vault update. We get the RSI newsletter. And of course, Star Citizen Live. This time it's going to be about creating various locations in the PU. And they've got an Ask the Level Designers edition questions set up there as well. So I'm just going to post that quickly into chat so that people can go and check that out. That not work? Apparently, I can't post things into chat.
You can't post things in chat.
Can you
He's
sort us
not
out
even
there?
a mod.
You
Just put in
noob.
show. Just put in show.
I know what's going on. Apparently, I can't do anything about it though. Here we go. There's the link. So that is the link to get your questions in for Friday's show. So please go ahead and do that. What's happening for the rest of the cast for this week? Well, Joran's show is Mondays, Thursdays, and Saturdays at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. That is the Yacht Club SC Shenanigans, where everybody gets together and plays in the verse and shares some time, just getting up to no good and joking around and just whatever
Silly
kind of
things.
happens.
We just do silly things.
And then Shadow Lounge is Tuesdays, Fridays, and Saturday nights at 10 p.m. Eastern for a high energy out and gameplay.
Lots of meows, lots of alcohol.
I don't know if high energy is the word I'd use for it.
And then the next 3 weeks, we have next week we've got Toy Gruben. That's going to be a special guest. We have that.
One day we'll say his name right.
Right. We'll let him say it next week.
Gruben is May 20th. That's next week. The week after that, the 20th of May, is the Astropub. It's great to have him back on. And June 3rd, we have Zinyan Zero, a relatively new face to Star Citizen. He's been doing it for a little while. Really cool personality. We need to introduce him as well. So, guys, thank you so much for coming around and spending your time with us. We know you've got lots of options on how you're going to spend your time, and we enjoy hanging out with you and being part of the community and having you join us for that.
Oh, what
that's
is
a cool
this? What is that?
Oh.
This is his pirate org that he's not telling us about.
Very nice.
Oh, that is
very
that is a level of coolness that I would wear.
That is a super cool shirt.
Yeah, I want one of those.
And it's
To
got
the
the
Austin
Hawaiian
Bar
print.
Citizens team.
I love it.
Nice. That's
So
awesome.
where do we buy one of those? I think you'd sell at least a half a thousand, or at least 1,000 of
gotta-
those.
Have it made.
So thanks, guys, for following and watching. If you want to get on the giveaways, you need to be a follower of the Twitch channel. You need to be in our Discord. We just got over 1,000 members in our Discord
Getting busy.
recently. That week, and it's the most amazing group of people. Please come in, have a good time. We're super inclusive. If you're new, come in, ask questions. If you're a veteran, come in and find your friends, 'cause that's where they've been hiding out from you.
Yeah.
We're going to be posting this to YouTube over the next couple of days, so it'll be live if you missed it. Consider nitro boosting us because it makes the audio way nicer, especially for our gameplay sessions, which is a lot of fun. And thanks for choosing to spend your time with us. Till next time, guys, let's raise a glass and say cheers.
Hello.
Buddy.
Zyloh, thank you so much. CIG, thank you so much for everything.
Zyloh, love you, man.
Guys, thanks so
Big
much
eggs.
again for having me on. Till
Thanks
next
for being on, Zyloh.
Awesome.
Good night,
Zyloh,
everybody.
Thank you so much.
Guten Tag.
Thank you, everyone that showed up as well. I'll have more of this for them. You want me to hit the button now? He wants me to hit the button.
Push the button. Somebody push
Pushing the button.
Somebody push the goddamn
We do this
button.
every week.
I forget. No. Ah. I don't know why mods can't push that. They can spool it up, but they can't push the stupid button. Yeah.
They do amazing stuff. Man.
Yeah.
Zyloh, for the love
They
of
just-
God,
they-
thank you
they
for
don't know
being
when
on
we're
the
ready.
freaking show. This was a milestone. This is what I leaned across to Jordan to say. I said, we need to get CIG, and we've been fighting from day one. Thank you. This has been awesome.